return, actually, there's nothing to return.
Okay,
It's just a
fine.
$720
But if I agree to that, then we come to sign and I say, oh, by the way, I would like you
By
to
the
throw
way.
in some bourbon. I'm not signing it now unless you signed in the bourbon. Oh, that wasn't part of the deal, was it?
I cannot take you to court in this deal, like that.
That's right. So now you're gonna have to just leave without the wine and I will get the bourbon and we'll just be where we.
Well, there's no bourbon here, that's my point.
Right, so that there's nothing then for the United States to do, but to wash its hands.
Right.
We're not giving any more
Oh,
money.
John, no.
We are not giving forces. We're not lending air support.
You can do all that, you just can't tell me that Trump got a great deal when there was nothing in
There
exchange
was
for
a deal.
Ukraine having everything.
The deal is that us having interest in a mineral exchange is us actually showing that we are involved in this
No,
situation.
Trump did not make a deal with Russia on behalf of the Ukrainians.
No. We were dealing with Zelensky.
No, Iran made a great deal with Russia. That's the claim.
There was no deal. That's the point. There was no deal. There was an ask on that side. That ask was brought to Zelensky in private. In private, they have these talks. He was coming there, and I don't think anyone denies this, to sign this said deal. In the midst of this 50-minute bullshit talk, there is this additional, we'd like security assurances. That's not going to happen.
Excuse me, can I say something before I leave? Listen, boss. I come up on the stage, do not kick me down to steal man and put words in my mouth, you idiot.
Because you jumped, because I was talking and you interrupted me, so I did.
Because you were putting words in my...
Okay. You interrupted me, so that's why I moved you down. So I was actually talking first. I wasn't interrupting you, I was talking. You asked me a question, I was answering your question.
Hey, I have a question, if I can. I've been listening to this for a little bit, and hey, El. So, Rue, is your position that going into that White House meeting, there was no deal that included the 50% ownership of the mineral?
He's coming in the background of this meeting is that Trump completely left Ukraine out of the negotiations, went and met with Russians, told them they can have everything they want, and this is the first time the guy...
No, but that's not what happened.
What the fuck, who are you allies with?
Wait, no, but that's not what I'm asking. So the United States has been funding this war. Okay, good or bad, right or wrong, the United States has been funding this, right? And seeing no results from it at all. And I think Elle was trying to explain this. No results. So at some point, that definition of insanity starts to kick in there, and there's nothing there. So the deal that was made that they were discussing in the White House, my question was that 50% that the U.S. says they want ownership of in lieu of continuing to support Ukraine, because there's an in lieu, so there is a deal, like somebody's getting something. So instead of the United States saying, here's $80 million or $80 billion, hey, give us 50% because you have no money to give us. So we'll take 50% of the mineral rights in exchange for helping out as much as we have, that you will never be able to pay us back for, that you got a loan from us for, and to an extent, they got a loan, the rest of it wasn't, but we'll do all of these things, let's work this out. It's kind of like bartering. Okay, so for example, I hire you as my lawyer, and we have a deal that I pay you $300 an hour, and I can't afford that, but I have a aesthetic salon, and your wife really wants Botox. You could say, okay, well, I want this much money in Botox as long as my wife wants Botox. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there's different ways that a deal is made. I'm just trying to understand where your point of contention with this is, looking at it that way. The tangible versus a non-tangible is still a deal. So what part of it is, I guess, my question of what's not right about what happened?
I think the part that the Ukrainians objected to, Europeans also objected to, is that Ukraine was completely left out of the first deal that Trump, the great deal that he made with the Russians, was that you can have everything and Ukraine gets nothing. And that's the backdrop of the what
But
happened.
that's not what it was. But that's not what it was. What it was is at the same time, it's within the same framework. Look, I mean, I'm going to use this example as an attorney. And again, I'm not saying it's good or bad or anything. I'm just trying to understand where you are on this. As a lawyer, you're going to broker deals sometimes, maybe with the other side or maybe with the judge or whatever. Like you're going to come up with settlements or, I don't know, negotiations. You're going to go through this process. At any point in time, your client isn't necessarily at the table able to open their mouth and verbalize exactly what they want, and you're not going to have at any point in time the ability to just go directly to the opposing counsel's attorney, like client, and talk directly to them and come up. As attorneys, you talk together and you figure stuff out before you take it back to somebody, right? So is it really unreasonable for the U.S. to talk to one side in isolation, talk to another side in isolation, and then write something together as a joint motion, if you will, like come up with something together. This side says this side says this, let's put it together, and then talk about it.
Let me give you a quick analogy. I gotta go barbecue here, but here's with your example. This is a situation where I had a lawyer, and that lawyer was representing doing their job, and that lawyer got fired. In this case, his name was Joe Biden. He was fired by the American people, and a new lawyer came and took over. And this new lawyer went ahead and completely changed the plan, said we're pleading guilty, we're taking the maximum sentence, we're going to jail, and so this is what happened. This is basically, understandably, I would be upset as a client because the new lawyer totally changed the plan without even consulting me, without even.
I see this totally differently. The plan wasn't working. That plan wasn't working. That served absolutely nobody. Because when you look at this, that line has not moved. The only thing that has moved are the amount of dead bodies and the money spent. So the plan wasn't working.
And the country of Ukraine that survived because Russia was.
They don't appear to be. I have a feeling, and I could be wrong, that Ukraine is not going to be able to sustain this as long as Russia. And without our help, they really can't. So the plan wasn't working. The American people are no longer willing to fund this because there is no movement, no willingness to talk. So somebody has to. Somebody has got to go. And by the way, there's nothing signed. That was the whole thing. Here's what Russia's willing to do. They're willing to, I guess, essentially not wipe you out and not further this. But they wanted a buffer. So Ukraine doesn't have to accept that. They didn't have to accept that. But there was an agreement. There was a verbal agreement. He was coming there to sign. And anybody who argues that, I guess you weren't paying attention, because he literally was coming. This was not a negotiation. He had agreed to this. Now wants to add on to the agreement. And they said no, because this involves us now. We're not getting involved. We are not adding, quote unquote, security measures on our behalf. We're not adding that. That's where it broke down.
I think this is where the part of fundamentally disagree about is that.
You disagree that there was a verbal agreement that Zelensky was coming to sign?
Right, but the.
No, I'm legitimately asking.
Right, to use Mariam's analogy, the fight here between the disagreement between the White House and Zelensky was over the attorney fees, not over. But the client, Zelensky, was upset about the pleading guilty.
And he probably should have never came to sign the papers.
Yeah, I don't know the details of the attorney fee agreement and whether.
He probably should have just.
To me, it looks like Trump wanted out too, because maybe the deal, from what I hear, would have taken 30 years, and Trump is most interested in things that benefits him personally. So that's my bias there. That.
I'm not sure how he would have benefited from that.
Your analogy is like a criminal. Her analogy was like a contract between two parties. And what happened was Zelensky said, hey, I really like this contract. Can we take this pen and just handwrite in another clause?
Right.
I'll initial it and date it so we know the clause is legitimate. But
does anybody know what the backlash is overseas? Have they increased the fighting, and does anybody know anything? Are we getting any intel of what's going on in the front lines?
I haven't heard that. The only thing I've heard is he's over in Europe, basically trying to get Europe to come over and smooth things out with Trump. He's in England and France trying to get them to basically come to Trump and say, please make this.
Yeah, I saw that there's a group of European leaders taking a photo op and saying, let's proceed.
I think that's a good way to get yourself NATO broken up, but that's.
What are your thoughts on the statement of the, and I'm sorry if you guys already talked about this, but, who was it? Hold on. I'm trying to find, the EU's High Representative, he said, the free world needs a new leader. Did you guys talk about that yet?
You know what? We have it, and that brings up a good point. Knock yourself out. If you'd like to put that bill, sure. I don't think Europe wants what it is they think that they're gonna get. I don't think anybody benefits from an isolationist United States. But if it's a strong arm tactic to get United States air support or worse, boots on the ground, that isn't going to happen either, in my opinion.
Do you think that this also has some kind of impact potentially on BRICS? Anyone? I don't know if
BRICS is falling apart already, actually. Several of the nations have already pretty much turned their back on it. I think Brazil is.
Well, I think some of that also is because of what Trump said. Like, I pity he didn't say this, I'm just saying, but it's kind of like, I pity the fool who's going to get involved with BRICS. But, when you have, like, the influence of the dynamics of, like, that international diplomacy and the way that it's worked with those Western allies, and then, the way the balance of powers worked, and now you have the EU coming out making a statement like this, I'm curious how that impacts some of these other things that they all work together on as allies.
What I would comment on is, historically, economics and other forms of geopolitics don't seem to, they seem to run two separate tracks. I think about how, you could be, isolating Venezuela and buying their oil products at the same time. Like, the economics and the politics and the, don't seem to run on the same track. So I think BRICS' idea is to create another reserve currency, right? To create a little less dominance for the U.S. dollar, which really just pisses everybody off in the West. They've been trying for a long time. They created petrodollars and other countries.
Remember when Libya tried that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, look what they did. They got rid of Gaddafi in about 5 minutes. Yeah. So good luck with that. But I'm just saying that the economics of the politics don't always track. So I don't really see that it has anything to do with Russia's position in this conflict.
Yeah, they want an alternative to the SWIFT system. That will probably work.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, they are trying to create several alternatives to the SWIFT system. And there are a few that have been around. There's DTC and there's other interbank. Certainly some of the crypto blockchain methodologies.
What do you all think about Europe and, even Germany? Still buys natural gas from Russia.
Yep.
But Europe as a whole has been funding both sides of this the entire time. In fact, they have spent more buying Russian oil than they have spent in aid to Ukraine. Speaking of talking out of both sides of their mouth.
Yeah, no, listen, like I said, war is big business. This has been, a forever thing. Since sticks and stones, there's there's always some banker, some nefarious, person comes in and funds both sides of the war.
When they said war is a racket, they weren't kidding, were they?
No, and so you got a guy like Trump, he comes in with the three biggest war, it's the pharmaceutical industry and energy, and he comes in, with a platform to disrupt all three of those at the same time, right? I'm surprised he's still walking around. We're talking about, the three biggest economic industries. Maybe you can't call them industries, but let's call them ecosystems in the world. And he literally ran on, making corrections to the pharmaceutical industry, getting rid of war, and creating more energy product in the U.S. All three at the same time, which I think is it's very, very bold.
IP.
Look back, Pete.
I see hands. Hello.
Oh, she says she can't talk right now, but she says hello. Miriam, hi. I didn't want to interrupt you, but hi.
Can I jump in for a second? Sorry, it's about
Sure,
my
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you guys. Like, hi everyone. Dr. Mitch, you talk you talk about top three economic companies. What are you talking about? Like, top three is not even Trump is not even top 10. Like, what aspect you talking about? You're talking about like revenue.
I think you misunderstood what he was saying. Not Trump personally. He's talking about the three biggest industries in the world, not Trump.
Yeah, in the board. Oh, all right. We can talk about many people like me. I can talk about myself and Steve Jobs and Elon Musk.
No. We're talking about
Yeah.
what are economy movers, not people.
All right. So I didn't get that. Can you elaborate a bit about top three?
Since he addressed you, sorry.
Movers?
Dr. Ali, what they're saying is that there's like what are the top three things that fund, that keep the economy going, that trickles down. So if you look at the top three things, historically, wars, it's also a moneymaker is I think what the point was somebody was trying to make. Like, what are those top three things? Not top three things like domestic policy, like what are the three things we see in America, like workforce, whatever, healthcare.
The
Exactly. Does that help explain?
Yeah, that makes sense. But it's not a thing in Europe and the EU. Like, if you say things in Europe, they're just gonna laugh at you. Like,
Yeah,
you don't have top three things in Europe. People are educated. They know things are different.
What are the top three economic drivers? Ali, like somebody clarified, what are the top three economic drivers globally that continue to make the global market?
Yeah, let's talk about that. I'm happy about that. Let's talk about that. It makes sense.
Healthcare, it's energy, and it's war.
No, it's healthcare. Energy is not a thing. It's healthcare. It's defense. Right?
Energy's not a thing. Energy is a thing.
Not in America. All right. It's healthcare.
No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to correct you. Energy is one of the top three in the world economic drivers.
No, it's not.
It is. I'm sorry, sir. Actually.
Should we ChatGPT that? Should be right now. I'm in front of computer. Should I ask it?
I already did,
Listen,
honey. I did that for you.
Should I do it right now?
I already did. That's how I know.
All right. Let me check it. Right now.
In fact, I'll read it for you. Number one is technology. Number two, finance and insurance. Number three, energy, oil, gas, and renewables. Other powerhouse industries, healthcare and pharmaceuticals.
What about defense?
Well, that's the war machine. Yeah, that's what we're talking.
Well, that's where all of that comes in. It's sort of all of that. It's wrapped up in all of that.
You don't separate it. You just keep it that. All right.
Well, when you say defense, that includes a lot of those things.
No, defense has a different budget.
Listen,
I work
technology
in
is
defense.
highly.
I work in defense. I work in it.
You
I
use
mean,
technology.
No, technology.
We had our own
Different
team,
from
and
right?
we band together better, we worked together better, cause we knew that if we didn't, we wouldn't have shit. We had our own black.
You shut up, Mark. Shut up, you Ryan. Ryan. This one is not natural.
Nigga, I'm muted. Y'all through fighting or you yelling?
Damn. They kicked me. How the hell did they know? How did they know? How did they know my new burner? They just kick anybody who's not like in their super cool, awesome clique of wasting time talking about nothing.
So Al, what's exciting in your world?
Nothing. She's pissed off all the time.
I just got done back from a fishing trip. I was fairly excited.
Ooh, fishing,
That's like the
catfishing.
greatest-
She was catfishing.
Gotta be up.
It was pretty great, not gonna lie.
Catfish.
Last of the ice fishing season.
I could just break away from my cell phone, like, for 4 hours, I think. Well, I'm doing it now while I'm on this app, but I'm also working at the same time.
Yeah.
Did you catch anything?
I did. Caught some very nice northerns. I don't know if anybody has northerns in their area, but through the ice, they're pretty.
What color are they? Well, I can Google it. Never mind.
Northerns are not necessarily pretty to look at. I mean, they're gray, greenish, but they have teeth and they're large, so they're fun.
Elle, did I ever tell you the story about my encounter and me calling the police about
Oh, the whitefish? What happened?
I don't know if Kelly's there. Kelly, you need to listen to this one if you're there. So my parents had just moved to Pennsylvania, and I went to help out while the movers showed up because they were still like where they were moving from and sorting out the last minute stuff. And my aunt decided to come and hang out with me while we did this. And my parents' house is like sitting on a creek. It was like a really, really big creek. Kind of felt like a river, but anyway. So at the end of the night, we had our pizza and our wine and everything, and my aunt said, let's go swim in the creek. This was the first day that I was there, the first night. And so we step outside, we put our suits on, we step outside, and we're like starting to walk, and it was pretty high up, and it had these like stone steps that went down to the water. And as we started to get close to the steps and go down, we heard this splish splash, splish splash. And this white thing kind of just like moved across, and I said, oh my God, that is a man, and he wants to rape us, and he's wearing a white t-shirt. My brain went there. So we ran inside, and I called the police.
Oh my
Because I
gosh.
panicked. So I called the police, and the police show up, and there's two of them. So one's going from the neighbor's yard, just like in a cartoon movie, going down their steps sort of with the little flashlight, and we have ours, and we're walking behind him single file, like quietly, like one step, and we hear the splish flash, everybody stops, and we see the white, and I'm panicking at this point, and my aunt and I run inside the house, like shut the door. So we come out finally, and they start going lower and lower, and they both have their flashlights on the water, and it turned out to be carp.
Yes, I was gonna guess.
It was carp, and it was mating season, and the water level was low, and they didn't have a lot of space to mate in.
And they're
and
very
because the moon
jumpy.
was-
Yeah.
Yes, and the moon was a certain way, so it was like a huge pot of them, and it looked like a human being splashing in the water. And I never lived that down. It turned out our neighbor was a U.S. Marshal, and it was all over law enforcement. Like everybody knew that I was the one who called the police on carp.
Mary, this is my favorite story of maybe a very long time. That is so funny.
Oh, wow.
That is excellent.
Let's have a conversation to like Dr. Mitch. Mitch boy Holland, is it you? Is that you? Like 44 citation, one paper, and you presenting yourself as a genius here?
What?
You don't know?
I can't even tell you who you are and what you're not.
I just
So
went.
irritating.
I just went to my room. I didn't listen. What happened?
Just the.
All right, guys. See you around the schoolyard. Thanks for having me in here.
Why Holland is that you? With one paper, 44 citations, and you presenting genius here.
I'm sorry. Who said they were a genius? I'm sorry, I didn't hear anybody say they were a genius. I missed that.
Yeah, I would even eliminate that doctor, to be honest.
I never heard him say that. Is that something?
He put it in title, right? So even I can't search that. I think it might be fake. That's common in America.
I don't even know. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about people who just talk here and they have no idea about the board, and they present themselves. That's what I'm talking about.
Again, I don't know what you're referring to.
Elon Musk and the president, Trump, and also Elon Musk. They did the same thing. I understand you cannot understand these things, but I want to show you that
Same thing.
Same thing.
I said, what is the same thing you're talking about?
Marketing, presenting.
Yes, this is what politicians do. Are you new?
Yeah, but there's a boundary. There's a boundary in law that you can be like terrible person or you can do marketing.
They all do marketing. They all market. I don't know if you've ever been involved in a political campaign. They start fundraising from the moment they announce. They never stop. I mean, never stop. It's all a campaign.
You mean everyone?
Everyone. Yes, every one of them.
And they just bullshit.
Yes.
We know that's not fact.
Yes, that's politicians.
I have no idea about it, but I work in business. There's a boundary about bullshitting. If you bullshit
Do you think there is a boundary?
Sorry?
Believe there's a boundary.
Yes, I do.
Oh, to be so nice.
How have you been, Al?
I have been pretty good. I cannot complain. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a minute.
I know, it's been a couple of months. I was just busy with life and hiatus, but
literally it made no
I
sense.
miss you guys.
And then at the end of all of that, like you were pushing back.
Okay, we tried.
Then
Yeah,
you know,
of
like you said,
course,
well, no,
but
this is just my
when I was in the army,
I
I was
understand
going
you
out
was
to
fat.
hotel.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
You
Like,
was
you know, like obviously you knew, but we just didn't talk about it. You know, but like when we were in Iraq, like, you know, I saw this laser jump onto a wall, like right next to my head, and the laser, I could see it moving against the wall, and it like as soon as it disappears and I could see where it was pointing at my head, I hear this motherfucker go, wah, 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 wah. And he killed that dude with the laser that was pointing at my fucking head. And I'm like, I don't care that you're gay, but bro, if you ever need money, I'll suck your dick on fucking paper.
Oh my days, I'm dead. I'm dead. I can't do it.
Bro, I mean, like, you know, I mean, if he needs some money, I'll suck his dick on paper for you.
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus.
He's the only reason I'm alive.
God besides Jesus.
You are ridiculous.
Well, I mean, welcome to the army. It's not gay if you don't make eye contact.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird right now, you know, because obviously the transgenders are getting kicked out. So like, I just wonder like how
Do you agree with it?
Openly gay, yes. I don't give a fuck if you're gay in the military.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like if Professor was queer as a red door, nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
Like, but like as long as he's not coming into work saying, "Hey, did you see that I'm a red door?" I'm like, I don't really give a shit like what color you are. Stop talking about that crap.
I like
You know,
it.
it's not professional to your job.
Yes. Amen. But why do you feel like, well, I don't know if this is a personal question, but like, why do you feel like, transgender?
Open transgenderism? Yeah, that's
I'll give you a perspective.
no.
So I think it's harder for them to be in. For one, like when you're younger in the military and you're not married, you gotta stay in the barracks, right? So like a lot of people don't want to share, and some it depends on where you're stationed. Some barracks, like the army, is starting to like accommodate soldiers more now by allowing them to have their own rooms. But there's still barracks that are really old, so where you have 2 or 3 roommates. And so, like, some people don't want to share a room with somebody that they know is transgender because it's just kind of awkward to. So that's just.
Dude, I will whoop that motherfucker's teeth off.
He's so bad.
Well, yeah, kind of a little bit, my lady. You know, like I said, there's a level of professionalism, but if you're openly, you know, diminishing and demoralizing the moral code for men within the military, like I was a combat arms second cav combat medic. I was a 68 whiskey. Like the idea that like you're gonna make me deal with somebody that's being free loops and I've got to protect them.
Okay. I have to.
That isn't working. That does not work in my head. That does not compute. Reset. Do not pass code. Do not collect $200.
Oh my days. But I can respect the boundaries that you want to create, and
Sailing Girl 69. Oh yeah.
That's all I'm trying to exemplify. Like I said, I don't give a fuck what you.
And realize, shit, it's late. I need to get my son dinner. And I got up and walked without realizing that my foot and my leg were asleep, like halfway up to my knee. And it buckled, and I went flying across the kitchen floor. And I have to wear a boot now. And I have a really, really cool scooter.
You have one of those knee scooters?
Yeah, I zip around in it.
So did you do ligament damage or break?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Major ligament damage.
Did you have surgery, or do you have to have surgery, or is it just supposed to heal?
Not yet. They want to see if it heals. They said it takes. Let's wait 3 weeks and see, and if it doesn't, then we go next steps. But I just thought that was funny. Who does that? Who falls asleep, wakes up, and then their foot's asleep, and then they don't realize that?
Well, I gotta be careful how long I sit.
You see, you can be like there's a limit to smartness, but there's no limit to being dumb. To the United States and to U.S. citizens, from ensuring that that countries are reliant on the United States, and the United States holds essentially power to manipulate trade policy, economic policy, whatever, any policy, right, to our advantage because we backstop the world order.
I gotta chime in when I get a chance. But it seems to be
gonna stay on mute.
Why are you doing that? So you got nuts in my mouth.
Jeff, do you still have your voice in the morning?
Yeah.
You know me
You
too.
never come anymore.
I know, I've been gone for like 2
She
months.
hasn't been on the app. I asked her that. I said, I haven't seen you.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I went outside and smoked a cigarette with my friend, and when she's talking, I'm trying to light her cigarette because I'm a gentleman. But she's talking and like she keeps putting her cigarette in her mouth, and then she has something else to say, so she takes it out of her mouth, and I can't light her cigarette. So like this went on and on for like I don't know 20 seconds, and finally I'm like, "Will you put it in your goddamn mouth?" And she just started laughing because she also was very funny apparently. So, and then she kept laughing, and like 10 minutes later she'd like giggle about it. I'd be like, every time you suck on it, you're gonna think about putting it in your mouth now, aren't you? And I told her that. And she peed herself a little bit. We found it entertaining.
It's those little things, isn't it?
No, I hope not.
That's good.
That's what she never mind. I can go all night.
Okay, we can keep going on and on about this, Jeff.
Yep.
You know, Joe Biden, Barack Obama had come at an inopportune time for her as well.
So, what hardship are you having in your life that you came back on this godforsaken app?
I think I just missed you guys.
Oh, that's sweet.
I popped in here and there, but I mean, sometimes work's been crazy. Last week, I had multiple days where I had 9-hour, 8-hour Zooms like all day long.
Oh,
The same Zoom. Yeah, so between work, personal, like family stuff, like family life, it was too much. But I thought to myself, you know, I just want to see what everybody's up to. Let me go see. And I miss my friend Kelly here.
Here you go.
I'm glad you're back.
There's that voice. I love your PFP.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying dehydrating cherries and like exploded the dehydrator.
My God, I assumed that you were either doing something with chicken, dehydrating something, or up on a ladder somewhere. It's too late for a Lowe's trip. That's straight house.
Yeah, no, I'm just destroying kitchen appliances.
That'll be fun. But you can fix them though. That's the cool thing about you.
Oh, not these. Not these. Sorry, I'll be back. I mean, I'm still here, but I'll be back in a minute after I get all the cherries back into the refrigerator.
Away.
I'll be back in a bit too. If I don't end up seeing everybody again, it was nice seeing you, but I'll try to come back in a second.
Brayden.
No, I thought maybe she was talking about something I was upset about, but I just didn't remember.
Oh no, but we're good on that, right? Like we talked about it.
No, not that. I'm talking about. I thought maybe you were talking.
I think part of the problem is expecting the United
Chicken
States
wings.
to say fund Ukraine in total. Part of the issue is that we need to have American geostrategic interest. That to me means Lord Palmerston in the 1870s, who said that Great Britain has no permanent friends, only permanent interests. That means the United States does not have permanent friends. That means that we're not the military at the unipolar moment in the 1990s any longer. It also means that we have quite a bit to keep. It also means that we have quite a bit to upkeep. The issue that the reason I point this out is because in making American military decisions, you can't decide you want to fund Israel and you want to fund Ukraine and then you want to fund China. And the reason I say it this way is because the Joint Chiefs of Staff have designated China our quote nearest peer competitor, which should take us and get us to a place where we're dealing with most of our competition and geostrategic interest as opposed to China. Sorry, Jason.
Wait, so I think I'm not sure I'm fully following you, Marshall, because to be honest, you do sound a little drunk, which could come from sleep deprivation as well. But like the interest of America, one of the permanent interests of America in Eastern Europe.
Marshall the fuck alone.
I like
Marshall drunk.
Hey, dinner's fine. Don't even worry about it.
Look, I've been sleep deprived too. I get it. One of America's permanent interests in the United States, in Europe, is to maintain a strong bloc, right? I mean, it's an economic powerhouse. For as much as we malign it, it is also a military powerhouse. And they have some fundamental weaknesses. One of which is energy, right? And so, like, I don't think the question is like setting a dollar amount. It's like where do you set the defensible line in tandem with your allies? Because no one is saying we should fund it alone, right? I think there's broad political consensus that the Europeans should fund their part, and what that part is up for debate. But like they do contribute to Ukraine, specifically to NATO. exclusive to our interests in Asia and our partnerships with Japan and Australia and Korea, right, and other countries in the region to counter China. Like, we can do both at once. We should be relying on our partners to help us with that. And, like, there is no set dollar amount for that, right? You need to have strong red lines, strong gray lines, too, to keep your adversaries from expanding and undermining your influence and your power.
And by, say, keeping your adversaries from expanding, who do you mean exactly?
I mean, in this context, particularly Russia.
And when exactly did Russia try to expand? Would you please clarify?
You mean when they invaded Ukraine? Or, I mean, what are we talking?
Do you ask for the military action about Russia because they didn't, stop from the 1980s after the ZSRR collapse? USSR, I don't know how to English, but Soviet Union collapse because they took military moves on all of the world. So yeah, but from in the Ukrainian, it's from the 2014.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna really sit here and deal with someone who's saying that the war in Ukraine is the fault of Ukrainian aggression or U.S. aggression. Like, that's kind of
it's the kind of propaganda.
You can go do that in other rooms. But.
Yeah, the Russia is not making a break, even though it would be true from the propaganda that some Ukrainians will be lying in regions, there will be a conflict at others. But even though we would give them the territory, it will, stay calm for the 4 years in this area and then come back to, for example, Litva or like we say in Poland, the war will be in the 3 years if something not changed. But the Russia is making the military moves all over the world. For example, in Africa, in Syria, in Europe, for sometimes in Georgia, Gruzini, Chechnya. In some, it's a Russian imperialism, and if you like to learn about it, in my region, it was so much,
So to be fair, the Chechen wars were within their territory, so they were trying to quench the rebellion within. Georgia, you're absolutely correct. And to add to this, they were been meddling in European Union politics in specific countries. Like they've been trying to do this apply this pressure through gas prices on Germany, France, like basically the Baltic states, the North Europe. That's part of their strategy. They've been trying to meddle into the West more so than the West was trying to meddle into.
I mean, we were talking about the expansion. I'm not here just to defend anyone, but talking of expansion, right? I mean, when Secretary of State James Baker back in the day tells the guy in Moscow, Gorbachev, explicitly that if Germany will you mind let me speak, please? I just want to say something. I haven't finished. You want to make a what's this? Andre, I haven't even finished. What is it that you want? I haven't even finished. What are you commenting on right now? Interrupting for right now.
You're just repeating the same stuff.
I'm not repeating anything.
Andre's such a bitch. Andre's such a bitch.
People are talking. You don't have to be so goddamn intellectually secure.
Yes, you need to. I was speaking. I was even.
I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up when other people talk. Sometimes we have a purpose for interrupting your dumbass. And you have a way of conducting yourselves in conversations as if you're just reading off a bunch of dumbass bullet points that you pulled out of your ass.
Oh man, I'm packing it up, and we're packing it up, and we're packing it up.
Dumbass Canadian in my room right now
And we're packing it up, packing it up.
You want to come over here and square up with me, you can do that. But this dumbass is acting like nobody in Canada wants to be a part of America when there's a whole ass fucking movement of a minority of Canadians who want precisely that. And this dumbass doesn't understand that the United States has one of the most prolific militaries in all of world history, rather. But he's going all the way back to fucking 1777 to say the first time y'all tried to invade Canada, y'all failed, to prove like what Canada's better than the U.S. The fuck out of here. Like dumb shit like that is gonna get your ass gooed and or talk shit about. Cause I can't stand dumbass niggas who pretend like they know shit when they don't. It's annoying.
Wow. Project. Project the 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 project.
Maybe you can answer my question. So can you provide like one sentence summary of your position
What we've talked about, yeah. So there was
not 1 inch to the east promise, like I'm just curious.
And I was still really interested in what
Hey, shut the fuck up. Thank you.
So the pushback, the most concise pushback is that those promises were made to Soviet Union, the country that still exists after the fall of the Soviet Union. They were made to a leader of the country that stopped existing. He was not a leader of any country any longer. And secondly, it was basically words that were concerned with the division of Eastern and Western Germany. It had nothing to do really with what happened after, because the figures on the chessboard changed drastically after that. And all the countries that were part of the Eastern Bloc ran as fast as they could in the open arms of NATO, because they dealt with Russia prior. They knew history, of the expansionist continental mindset that Russia has had and looks like will have in the foreseeable future. And so there's, I don't think there's any, way to those promises.
So you mean you deny that those promises were made, or I don't understand that.
No, they were not. They had absolutely no legal binding, and they were just basically backroom talk. They have.
I mean, verbal contracts are binding in the state of New York. What are you talking about? When people between two regulars, between two people, what are you talking about? There's global politics in question. You take people out of the state. You think that you're making Bible points by inviting people? What are you talking about?
She's such a bitch. She's such a fucking bitch. She's always bitching.
I confirm that, as someone knowing history, I confirm that Andrei is correct. Those were not legally binding obligations for sure. But nevertheless, the way it was read, actually it was captured, and recently in the European Parliament, the actual notes from this meeting were presented, and it was said that you basically allow Eastern Germany to join NATO. There will be not a 1 inch expansion to the east. And I know, again, it is not legally binding, but as a matter of the fact, that's the reason why people in Russia have mistrust of the West. And I think that the question still remains, like at that time when these obligations were made, those promises were made, right? Russia de facto was considered to be a Western friend. There was great hope. There was Gorbachev, then it was Yeltsin. Both were considered very much pro-Western, democratic and whatnot. And it was long before Putin. So my question is, what kind of a rationale, given again that we have two very pro-Western democratic leaders, would you provide to justify expansion of NATO to the east?
Well, I would just say that NATO's vector and focus have not changed at that time. So it was still, NATO's purpose was still to provide a counter to Soviet Union and Eastern Bloc countries at the time. When the Soviet Union fell and the Cold War was won by the United States and the Western countries, the focus shifted to China. So Russia was not any longer considered, the target. So NATO coming closer to its borders had actually no strategic, advantage or danger to Russia. In fact, Russia, if I remember correctly, wanted a base during the Afghan invasion of the United States in the early 2000s.
Can I say something?
No, you will not speak.
Yeah, I think it's maybe the China focus on the Shamus, wait a minute. To the more of the product way of the gospodark way, but Russia, especially in Poland, in this Eastern Bloc, was always the target. So I think so maybe it was not so popular, but Russia was target from the military, even though after the war, because they even though they don't making a war with you, they still trying to mess some things. For example, giving the propaganda, making the U.S. weaker, making the EU weaker, building some connections. So from the military way, I thought that maybe in the politics of global politics, it was the Russia as a military, but the China was as the ground country, because the U.S. had the they ruled the world peace, but now because of the factories in the China, the connection between BRICS like Russia, India, China, and others, they losing the power that they used to have after the war, or after the in the 90s.
Yeah, just to be clear, Russia and China are not friends. Neither are India and China. I mean, they might be.
It's not the friends, but if you would like
be
to.
useful allies. I got you. But I just wanted to clarify. Maybe not for you, just for others. I'm not challenging you, please. I'm just saying that those countries are not friends.
You know what? I don't like that guy, Andre. Fucking get rid of him. He's fine.
Same spotlight, in replacing U.S. and Germany. They're not willing to share power with each other. That's why one of the reasons why BRICS kind of fell apart, because they had completely different visions and they saw themselves as the head of this organization.
Yeah, even though the BRICS will fall, it don't change that the grown of the West propaganda West sources will grow. In my opinion, we somehow stay at the place when the other countries still develop. There's no so high. So even though the BRICS will not go out, they also can be, the danger. They can have a more of influence than it was. So yeah.
I just hold on a second. I'm a little confused to what you mean. Would you mind being a tad more specific?
Yeah, I would like, but it's not my first languages. If I talk in my first languages, maybe I would be more specific. But
I don't expect you to pronounce things right. I just thought that if you could communicate the idea, that would be wonderful.
Okay, I just want to say that the Russia and the China are concrete with the U.S. for so much years, and they make so much progress, and it's not like the America don't rule the world, but it's somehow lose the influence about some things that they used to have.
The only reason China developed is because West invested $1 trillion in its economy. I would like to add something about the NATO, so-called NATO expansion. It's not NATO expansion. NATO doesn't occupy any country. Countries join NATO voluntarily, right? And even Finland, which during the Cold War never joined NATO, they joined NATO because they're afraid of Russia. So, Vadim, you are doing the classic victim blaming thing. You're blaming.
I was asking questions. I mean, I did not blame anybody. I mean, that's like you totally tried to put me like into some propaganda,
I'm not propaganda.
I was asking genuine questions. That's all. I'm saying I asked Andre what he thought about expanding NATO to the east and how that play along with the actually written, like at least documented promise not to. That's all. I never said the expansion of data is a thing.
The both of you chill out. There is a source posted at the top of the page from the Declassified National Security Archive for George Washington University. You can look at it, peruse it, see it for its effect, and look at it. But folks need to be able to cite their sources if they're going to make declarative statements about scholarship.
I never claimed that there's no difference between conquering somebody and joining as a member. Okay, I mean,
I didn't say you were. What I said specifically was those who are engaging need to engage at the highest levels of scholarship. That means backing up what you say, which you've already done. And so it really doesn't apply to you. It applies to the other people who are not following directions.
Vadim, I want to continue. You probably speak Russian, so you can find the interview with Vladimir Putin, probably dated 2001, where he is discussing the desire of Russia to join NATO. And Russia was in talks with NATO about joining NATO, but it did not go well because Russia wanted a special place in NATO. So
I'm well aware of that. I'm just not sure about relevance, but that's.
There is even NATO base in Russia in a place called Ulyanovsk. It was done to help the NATO to supply the troops which were in Afghanistan by that time. So all those Russian fears of NATO failed. It was the pretense to invade Ukraine. So I think you can stop talking about it. It's just a false statement about the Gorbachev talks. The binding agreement is Budapest agreements, right? When United States, Britain, Great Britain, and probably France, I don't remember, they promised the Ukraine security warranties in exchange of Ukraine giving up their nuclear weapons. This is the binding.
Ramsh, I was the one who started my question by acknowledging that it was a non-binding agreement. My question was purely like, what do you think on like human level about that promise not being fulfilled? That's all. So again, you tried to put me some kind of like make me some kind of Putin propagandist, which I'm not. You know, speaking of China, I'd like to comment. I mean, somebody said that Russia and China. Well, the irony of it is that Russia and China were not in particularly good terms even a few years ago, but the sanctions and the stance taken by the Western powers actually brought China and Russia as close to each other as never. And that's just unfortunate. That means that probably there's some thinking to be done because Russia and China being in cahoots is not in our best interests.
Did everybody just leave? Just for a second.
Yeah, Andre, I think they found out that you're a flat earther. Andre hung out in the flat earth when we last had like 3 hours, so he's officially a flat earther.
Oh, God. Maybe we can do like a round of last thoughts.
I would like to learn about China. China has no friend itself as a center of the universe, or whatever the word is. So BRICS, China and India are adversaries. They are enemies. They have a territorial dispute, and so hoping that China one day will help Russia and unite with Russia against the West. It's just Russian propaganda. China has its own interest and never will do anything to help. Just compare the trade between China and West and between China and Russia. Trade with Russia is about slightly more than 100 billion, and the trade with the West is just about $1 trillion.
Wilson, thank you.
I mean, China and India had also, had their own troubles. China basically stabbed India in the back with the whole Tibet deal, and like there's also territorial disputes there. So that's why, I mean, in my opinion, the whole idea of BRICS is like it's very shaky. At least three biggest players, or 3 out of 5 biggest players, they will have issues with each other, so there's never going to be coherent vision. Anyway, any last thoughts? I came up with you.
I don't know, Anderson. I dropped the link to this archives. Thank you very much, because when I try to speak, people don't tend to believe, and they think that it's just them picking up some stuff from Wikipedia. But this is a very clear article. It says that Baker, only James Baker himself, mentioned not an inch to the west not once but 3 times, and that's in addition to other assurances, some of them in writing. Again, I agree that none of them are binding legally speaking, but all of them have like a really bad smell. I mean, you can't deny it, I think.
I mean, the issue, once again, like as I pointed out, the issue is that the country that all of those promises were given to and would be relevant to does not exist any longer. So they are not a strategic enemy anymore, or were not until fairly recently.
Well, Andre, it's, with all due respect, it's, I don't think it's a genuine argument, and this is why. There was a Soviet Union, right? Then 3 republics decided to separate, go their own way, which has cascading effect of, other republics splitting up, and basically the Soviet Union ceasing to exist. But then the major and the only nuclear power that remained was now called Russian Federation, which essentially was still Moscow, Kremlin, all the, all the military infrastructure, all the industrial infrastructure. Essentially, it was the descendant of the Soviet Union. I mean, that was the, if anybody was going to fight the wars against, East against West, it was probably the NATO against the Russian Federation. So Russian Federation de facto became the successor of the Soviet Union. So yeah, I can say that, I promised it to the Soviet Union, but I don't think it's particularly genuine and frankly noble way to retort.
I mean, I don't really care about nobility. Genuinely, it's very genuine. And if you remember the post-Soviet period, specifically with Russia, was very West-oriented. Like in 90s, wild 90s, as they say. They were looking to get through that stage of, chaotic economic policies in order to get over the hump and enter the free market system and, overhaul their system fairly quickly. So there's absolutely, if you were saying that they were politically, I mean, the argument that you're providing has several weak spots. If they in fact were the continuation of the Soviet Union, then everything that has happened afterwards is absolutely justified. In fact, I would say the West should have pressed even harder, took away the nuclear weapons from Russia, and broke it down into many more smaller entities, political entities. Because if
Soviet Union has never died, or never died, rather than being resurrected by Putin, once again fairly recently, then West is completely justified on pressing NATO not only to its borders, but breaking it up even more so. So
Well, you just
you can basically have make the cake and eat it too. Like it's either Russia has taken on certain infrastructural things from the Soviet Union, inherited some of its debts, but also assets elsewhere, but changed politically, then there's absolutely no problem with NATO expanding to its borders, and it actually participated in many treaties with NATO. But if it's still, harboring the dream of the imperial Soviets, then, I see absolutely no problem with NATO.
how is it logical, Andrea, to say that they're still harboring the dreams of the Soviet Empire if they deliberately, voluntarily dissolved it? I mean,
once again, it was your argument. I'm just taking your argument and just running with it.
My
You're
argument
saying
was
that Russia is continuation of Soviet Union, right? Yeah, that's what you're saying.
geographically, in terms of infrastructure, military, that it's a continuation of Soviet Union politically.
Okay, then there should be absolutely no issue with NATO expanding to its borders, because the new Russia, the new entity that was inherited the debts and the assets as well, has nothing to do with the political entity Soviet Union. So it shouldn't have the same kind of fears.
Andrea, do you believe if somebody disowns its communist past, it necessarily means that they should immediately, by default, become the copycat of the Western democracy, where they can have, or they should have the right to choose their unique way, path of development, which.
I don't think there should be a copycat, but they definitely should not be some sort of permutation of the Soviet regime or any sort of socialist or communist regime. If they are, then I think West is completely justified in hammering them.
I just find there too many ifs in your argument, unfortunately.
I don't have any ifs. I'm just running with what you're presenting me, and it makes absolutely no.
I'm just saying that Russia, admittedly by the West, was going their own way. They definitely were departing from their communist past, and they made it very clear. And the West and Western media did not really question it. They loved Gorbachev, they loved Yeltsin, and yet at the moment of economic weakness, because Russia did go through a lot of turmoil, it was like total, chaos, and etc. But nevertheless, they were very much pro-Western. And at that very moment, the NATO goes through the most dramatic expansion years. And I'm just saying, for me, that's a question. I put a question mark here. I'm not providing any answers, but for me, it does not seem logical. You're saying if Russia is still the same and they still harboring those dreams, if then NATO is justified, and if on the other hand, Russia is totally democratic now, then they have nothing to worry about. But this is a very formal argument, because de facto what happens is that Russia is still a sovereign country, and they see that the military bloc that was created explicitly as a military bloc aiming against Russia or against the Soviet Union, whatever, now it's called Russian Federation, is expanding towards their borders.
Okay, let me just pause right there. Okay, so what you just said, this is why your argument makes absolutely no sense, because you keep switching back and forth between Russia being the geopolitical, just geographically inheriting the Soviet Union and all its assets and debts, or it is politically the continuation of the same entity. It can be both, because if you are correct and Russia continues being the geopolitical enemy of the United States, even post-Soviet
or the United States, yes.
Period. So you are claiming that it's still a geopolitical enemy of the United States by Russian admission.
No, that's not what I said at all. I said the actions of NATO indicates as if they view Russia as their enemy.
No,
Russia
false.
did not feel this way.
False. That's false. So it's false on several levels, because in the 90s, all the countries that were within the CIS and Russia specifically were part of the treaties with NATO. The NATO explicitly made its new target China, And Russia was actually was looked at as instrumental in creating the counterbalance to China. The big switch. There's another hole in your in the way you're presenting your argument. The switch happened not after 90s, and not after Yeltsin and after Putin came to power. Putin was still fairly welcome to the table when he became, inherited the presidency because he when we found out he didn't actually win it. It was just given the presidency by Yeltsin, and then he just consolidated the power and kind of manipulated the system. Until I think 2008, post 2008, this is when things started shifting because Russia did not show any goodwill towards the West. While West was, pumping money, resources, and welcoming it to the table, to the negotiation table, and looking at it as a partner against China, Russia had its own plans. Some of the things that Putin even said publicly, like the greatest tragedy of the 20th century is the dissolution of the Soviet Union, all those things. So it seemed that the West was played basically. They made a huge miscalculation when they were analyzing Russia and its cultural paradigm. Russians are not like the Western countries. They have completely different understanding and different way they lead their their politics, and they have different aspirations. So as Bush said, fool me once.
Andrei, actually, as a matter of the fact, I agree with you. I thought I said that Russia does have a unique way, or at least a unique mentality, which kind of drives them in a very particular direction, which I personally never particularly liked. That's why I'm no longer there. But again, does that mean specifically that if they're different from the West, they have to be viewed as a hostile power?
I mean, I don't think so, and I don't think West did that. But Russia made its mission to become the hegemony, countering the United States.
Well, Andrea, let's look at the timeline roughly. So 1999, right? Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic. 2004, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia. 2009, Albania, Croatia. Then 2017, Montenegro. That's kind of, if you look at the timeline, lots of this time is like when the West officially considered Russia still very friendly, albeit weak for sure. And I think that's, it's a very plausible theory to say that they were not acting goodwill, and then when they saw Russia friendly yet weak, they basically presided over a very dramatic NATO expansion.
They saw Russia in bombing the Chechnya, right? That's what the first reason for them to join NATO.
Romsha, it was a breakaway republic within the geographical borders of the country.
It doesn't matter.
This was essentially a terrorist republic because their methods there. Yeah, I mean that's what would America do? What would Europe do if somebody inside tried to break away in violation of every law? This is their territory. At least I can give you some credit if you start criticizing Russia for their actions in Georgia and Ukraine, Crimea, whatever. But Chechen Republic, it was their territory for centuries.
So what about Donbass in this case? Did Ukraine have the right?
I'm saying with that, I would give you some credibility for this claim, as I just said. At least you can make the case that this is like Ukrainian territory, and so bombing the sovereign state is not a good idea. But if somebody well within your geographical borders employs the tactics of terrorism to break away and declare itself a sovereign state.
Okay, I understood your point. The fear doesn't care about the laws, about Chechnya, was it lawful or legal or not. They saw Russia as a threat. Russia stopped being peaceful country, and they remembered their past, their history, and they became afraid. And that's why they joined NATO. Wait, don't interrupt. Why do you keep interrupting me every time? I would like to go back. NATO is not Soviet Union. It was Soviet Union against the West. Let me remind you, don't interrupt you, please. I have to remind you that the Soviet Union before collapsing had 220 nuclear-powered submarines and 60,000 tanks. NATO had 40,000 tanks more than the whole world combined. So tell me, which is aggressive power and which is defensive?
Rumsha,
And, you know,
if you know history, I hope you do, you realize that Warsaw Pact was created years and years later after the NATO was created. And the NATO's specific goal was stated as follows: to counter the communist threat to the rest of Western Europe.
Yeah, I remember.
Which I think was a legitimate goal, but I'm just saying that NATO was created. My only point was, like, again, I'm not a big fan. I hate, Putin. I hate the communism for sure, but I'm just saying I also happen to know history, and so I know that NATO was perceived by Russians for a very legitimate reason as the military alliance aiming against USSR and then just inherently, like,
okay, let's talk about
against the Russian Federation. So expansion, what I'm saying is that if you look at the actual timeline of the most dramatic NATO expansion, it was in the years when Russia officially, by the media of the United States and Europe, was considered to be a friendly, democratic, or at least aiming to become democratic, completely breaking away from their communist past. And I'm just saying, what was the reason for the expansion?
Okay, let's talk about the Soviet expansion. It was China. They occupied half of the Europe, Eastern Europe, right? They backed up the Korean War and so on. They, what is the proper word for that? They blocked the Western Berlin, and Western countries had to make aerial bridge or whatever. Stop interrupting you. I don't interrupt you. Why are you doing this? After 10 words I say, you start talking again. What's the point? If believe me, I can interrupt much better than you. And if we start doing the conversation,
Russia, I'll control it. I'll make sure he doesn't interrupt.
Okay. Vadim, the NATO was created because after the Second World War, Soviet Union became a superpower and he started to expand. First, they made China communist country, then the Korean War, and so on. And do you remember the global revolution thesis of Soviet Union? They formally left it, but it was always about expanding the communists to the whole world. So they backed up every country which declared that they are anti-American, anti-West, and so on. And this is the reason why NATO was created. It was, and while the Soviet Union built up the military production of assault weapons like tanks, like nuclear submarines, the NATO was mainly producing the defensive weapons like anti-tank weapon. When I was a Soviet kid, I read the Зарубежное обозрение, so-called military magazine, and there were a lot of. It was always about the Western weapons, and you could read the article and see versus, namely NATO, meaning Europe, are making defensive weapons like automatic anti-tank ambush rocket launchers and so on. The Soviet Union was an expensive and aggressive state. And this is why NATO was created, because people were afraid of Soviet Union and had all the reasons to do that. So stop swapping the things.
Rumsha, it's kind of ironic because I first started by saying that America had a very good reason to create a NATO to counter the communist threat. I quoted literally their charter, and I said I'm not a big fan of communism or for that matter. Again, I just have to repeat my question. I mean, the times when it was very clear that Russia departed from their communist past, why on that time of all the possible times in history, the NATO went through the most dramatic expansion? When again, it was not even questioned by the West that, Russians are our best friends.
I already answered that question. It was not NATO expansion. They did not say, "Oh, Finland, join us. Sweden, join us." The Finland and Sweden did it voluntarily. They applied for membership. It was not NATO expanding. You are making false statements.
No, I'm not. And I'm
Yes,
also the one to admit that I understand very well. I'm an intelligent person. I understand the difference between joining the membership club and actually conquering the territory or whatnot. I understand that, but still, when some country applies, there is a collective wisdom of the existing members. They can say, "Hey, look, maybe it's not necessary because you poke the bear. You're really positioning yourself right on the border of the country that recently was hostile to us, and there is some level of." Let me finish now, okay, please.
Oh, good. Now you don't like being interrupted.
So, there's some level of historical mistrust, and so probably, hey, you Finland and Lithuania, Litva, or whatever, maybe, how about we provide you security guarantees and you become this neutral buffer country so that we can have a reasonable peaceful arrangements with Russia, and then the future will show. Maybe Russia will one day prove their worthiness to join the NATO. But why to poke the bear? Why literally, because NATO membership literally means two things. First is you can totally put the missiles on their territory with 10-minute flight time to Moscow or St. Petersburg. And the second thing, it means that there is not a darn thing Russia can do about it, because now there is Charter 5, and everybody has to defend them if Russia attacks. So it's a big threat. I mean,
nuclear power will destroy the whole world. Russia has nothing to fear.
Oh,
they have nukes.
Please.
Yes, please. Tell me, whoever tried to invade Russia.
I can give you another example.
Maybe China?
I can give you another example if you want a piece of history.
Wait. You were talking, I was not interrupting you, and you are interrupting me again. Do it again, and you will not be able to talk.
I thought you asked the question.
Okay.
Well,
let's stop this. No matter. Okay, we established, please don't interrupt each other, just let each other finish.
Vadim, you will understand when I finished. Okay, you called Russia a bear, right? The king of the forest. Russia has nothing to be afraid. And after the First World War, all the Great Britain, France, all of those countries did not want to go to war. And nobody wants to go to war with Russia. Everybody knows it's not a good idea. And nobody this is all Soviet propaganda, like they want us, our resources, they want to make us slaves. I don't know how old you are, but I am 52. And I'm sick and tired of this old Soviet propaganda. And the West has no propaganda because, for example, the United States has no state-owned mass media, except for the Voice of America and what was the second? And the Voice of America, by the law, cannot broadcast on Americans. It's like CIA. There are two different types of propaganda. There is agitation, like telling the truth, and propaganda. It's a Soviet type of propaganda when all the other sources of information are banned, and there is only one opinion of the Soviet government, and it is spreading lies.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
So I don't know again who you're arguing with, because again, I think I'm repeating like the third time or fourth time that I hate the Soviet Union and everything connected to it. I had a very specific question about a very particular time of history, which you totally ignored. But anyway, so you're saying that Russia, quote unquote, has nothing to worry about. Then how do you explain, and of course Russia has propaganda in the Western world, no, which I find ironic because you talk to Americans, and I am an American, and it'll be like, any claim that the West does not have propaganda will be met by Americans with laughter, really. But let me give you some piece of history. So, in the 60s, right, when Russia, the Soviet Union back then, decided to place a few nukes on Cuba, and again, I can repeat the same argument that you just provided. Of course, nobody's gonna. It's like a deterrent. Nobody can seriously consider, using it ever. And by that time, mind you, Russia was completely encircled by nukes. And the last straw was like when America actually placed nuke in addition to Western Europe. They placed it in Turkey. Then Russia said, enough is enough. How about we place, as a deterrent, just a few missiles in Cuba? And Russia and America basically said, you know what, it's not going to happen. And in order to prevent it, if it takes a third world war, so be it, we're ready. And they started actually making plans, and by sheer miracle, the third world war was prevented. So that's American response. They could, if they listened to you, they would say, hey, come on, we cannot be serious. Russia, the Soviet Union would never actually use those missiles. It just, just chill it. Who cares? It's 20-minute flight from, between Cuba and Florida, but seriously, we cannot take it seriously. It's not going to happen. Yet America had a very, very different reaction. So when you say that, when you dismiss Russian concerns, you can think whatever you want about Russia, but then I have to ask the mirror question, what about the response of America?
Okay. You claim you're an American. Good. And you are defending the Russians' point. And I'm a Russian. And when you were talking sometime about that Russians distrust the West, it was a lie. It was Putin's propaganda. Russians do trust West even more than, they don't trust Putin. So it's very ironic for me, being Russian, to defend the opinion of the West, right? And you are saying you are American.
I'm an American, and I love this country very much.
Yeah, and you are apparently of Russian descent. I'm sure about that. So in Russia, we say you can take someone away from the Mukhasransk, but you cannot take Mukhasransk.
Okay, let's do no insults, please.
It's not insult. It's the point that a lot of Russian immigrants continue to
Let me actually provide some arguments for change, okay?
For change, we can agree that you will stop interrupting me. Because you will talk
Russia, this is meta conversation. Just get to the point, please. Because I would like also to address what Vadim was saying. Because I don't agree with that.
Liam is American citizen too, and he says at the time Mudak for defending the American point of view. Interesting. I think Vadim, when he became an American citizen, and Leon, when he became an American citizen, he pledged an allegiance to American state. Right?
Like in the Republicans.
Yeah. And now they offending me because I'm a pro-Western. Very interesting.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, William, this is the reason why your argument doesn't make sense. At least to me. When NATO was organized by your admission, it was organized against the communist expansion and preventing Western countries being targeted by the communist and socialist expansion. If Russia maintained to be, after the breakdown of Soviet Union, communist or socialist country, then its fears are justified. If it hasn't, those fears are made up. Because if it changed its vector, then it has nothing to fear. And as I think was explicitly mentioned by Nina, I have to look at in terms of documentation, but they did point to China as being their
primary target instead of, like since the Soviet Union dissolved it.
Andrei, I think, I hear you. I think this argument is winding down, and here's why. I can only repeat at this point that, for me, I'm a live witness of what was happening back then, right? So I know that Russia definitely partied with communist past, and every single leader was saying that communism is completely unsustainable, and the reason why it was disbanded is because the economy didn't work, and they expected like much far worse consequences if they did not have perestroika and whatnot. So it doesn't mean again that they were ready to become Western countries, but they definitely, like knowing Russia, I would say we had such a burdened history that there was no way Russia could become a Western country. But there was also no doubt in my mind that they could never possibly go back to their communist past, just because again, it's not practical, it doesn't work, it's proved not to be working. But again, Russia created something, you can argue that it's something ugly. It has definitely lots of similarities with like Russian past centuries ago, which is absolute monarchy, just a more modernized way. But frankly, like we have lots of friends, absolute monarchs. We like Saudi Arabia is like one of our best buddies. And so again, being parting from the communist past, and I would like to add something towards the expansion. See, the irony of this is as follows. There was one person called Leon Trotsky, which is the darling of many communists from the West, ironically. That was actually the person whose works I read in the original, who basically claimed that in order to survive, communism has to expand. It's just like the nature of communism is that it cannot just be self-sustaining within confined boundaries. It has to conquer the world or it's doomed to fail. And so Trotsky basically had lots of disputes with Lenin and Stalin was the one who said, this is nonsense. We are concerned with building socialism in one country and one country only. And he consistently followed this line, and that's why Trotsky ended up, being expelled from the Soviet Union and ultimately assassinated. So any claims that like Russians for some reason have always been expansionists are historically incorrect. Now, what happened after the Second World War was again very clearly, very well documented. It was not because we particularly wanted to expand, but it was the opportunistic situation where basically, hey, we just lost like 40 million of our people, and we happened to since our goal was to reach Berlin, all the way to Berlin, and hey, and we, by the way, in the process of doing so, we conquered like a few countries on Eastern Europe. So why wouldn't turn them into socialists? Because basically the communist propaganda of back then, which goes all the way to Marx, basically says that capitalism and the war are always bound together. I mean, in order for capitalism to exist, it needs imperialist wars. So the official propaganda was that if you want to secure Russia from the future wars, you cannot have neighbors which are capitalist countries. So, again, it's a very screwy logic, but it's logic nevertheless. They wanted to turn them into socialist countries in order to secure their future. So, I mean, this whole thing about expansionist Russia is like such a shallow narrative that I know it's promoted by, and the last thing, I'm about to finish, like Romsha, to your point, yes, I'm a good patriot of the United States. I've been here for 35 years. And this is my country. Like you can wake me up at night and say, what's your motherland? I don't say, of course, America, my America, okay? But the way we understand loyalty in America, and that was very different from what I experienced in Russia, was that if you're a true citizen, you really have to speak your conscience, and that means that sometimes you have to criticize America for things, for the past wrongs, for the current wrongs. You have to be critical, in other words, for the sole purpose, like you speak out of love and desire to improve it, So I see no contradiction here. I love my country, but also, if I honestly believe that they did something wrong in the past, they provoked something that they didn't have to provoke, I just speak out. But if you want me to tell what I find good in America and why I spent like 35 years with no regrets living here, I cannot even think of going back. Like I've been to my hometown once in 35 years.
I understand your point. You don't have to say the same things for half an hour.
Okay, I'm finished, and that was not longer than.
Just very quickly, Vadim, if you are going to bring up Trotsky into the discussion, and you're gonna talk about the differences between his and Stalin's vision of the Soviet Union. Do you by any chance remember when Trotsky was killed?
Yeah, he was killed in, I don't remember when exactly, but in Mexico by Stalin's agents, yeah.
Yeah, in 1940. So up to this point, I think it's socialism in one country policies were from like roughly mid-20s until Trotsky's death, like up to Trotsky's death, 39. After that, Stalin changed his policies drastically, and it became expansionist policies. Because the idea was to build up the fat before you can start spending it elsewhere. The International has never left the the Marxist vector of the Leninist Stalinist vision of the future. So don't you find it highly probable that the switch has happened because Stalin didn't have to create counter to Trotsky, who was his ideological nemesis and who he neutralized like he did with all the other people? Because Stalin allied himself with different parties, with right socialists, left socialists, depending on who he wanted to neutralize. And once he became the only leader, by eliminating his biggest nemesis, Trotsky, he had nothing else to to hide, and the policy became very obviously expansionist.
I respect and appreciate your knowledge of it. It's like very good to hear, actually. Here's my take on it. So basically,
Wait, may I ask you long?
I'm responding.
No,
Yeah,
you were talking about that you are a patriot, and this kind of argument I love most of all. They say the expression like "I'm a patriot," but is translated as everything said before "but" is a lie.
I never said but.
Yes, you said.
I said there's not.
I am an American patriot, but.
I said, but the way Americans understand patriotism.
No, you didn't say it.
It's very different from the way patriotism tradition was understood by the Soviet Union.
I'm an American patriot, but I have to blah blah blah.
So what's the contradiction here? What's the
because
contradiction here? Show me the contradiction.
No contradiction. No contradiction. You just saying it. You are repeating the standard Soviet propaganda, which I got sick and tired during the Soviet time. Stop interrupting me. Come on. How many times do I have to ask? And all those things that Soviet Union is a peaceful, we are fighting for the peace in the whole world and so on. I got sick and tired of it even during.
I literally never said that. What kind of nonsense? But you're lying. I never said that. I said the opposite. I said the opposite.
I'm making my point already. I'm not saying that you said that. I'm saying that I sick and tired of these things in the Soviet Union. Try to listen for a change to people. So, I'm very surprised that we have to go through all that Soviet bullshit in the 21st century, more than 30 years later, after the Soviet Union got out of existence. And for me, listening to all this bullshit, which was debunked even during the Soviet times, and saying that you are a patriot of the United States, come on, man, get serious.
Ramsey,
I'm watching Soviet television again when I listen to you.
I'm not watching Russian television.
Sorry, just one sentence. You probably speak Russian, so I posted a link to Putin interview about NATO, that Russia wants to join NATO. You can watch it and.
I did. Can you mention?
Good.
So I think Ramsha, you know what projection means, hopefully, right? I think you're projecting.
I so many times distanced myself from the communist Russia, from the Soviet Union. If you want more details, I left. I was like pretty much anti-communist all my life. I left the Soviet Union for purely ideological reason, not because of the for better life and greener pastures. And I still remain the one. But again, yes, here comes my but. I mean, the way Americans understand patriotism is like you have to have the objective look. You have to stay informed, objective. You have to criticize your government if needed because you love the country, you want it to be better. So I just don't see any contradiction.
You're not criticizing your government. You're praising Russian Soviet Union. These are different things. Yes, you did. You do it all the time.
I asked a simple question. I asked a simple question.
And that
what was the reason for expansion?
No expansion. NATO is not expanding. Countries join it. Expansion is when Russia invades Ukraine and declares the Ukrainian territories Russian. This is an expansion.
In English-speaking world, I'm sorry, it's called expansion.
No.
I'm just using the right term. I'm sorry.
No.
It's not your native language.
No.
It's kind of mine right now after 35
so,
years.
So when Sweden and Finland joined NATO, it was NATO expansion?
It's called expansion in English literature.
I don't care what it is called. Was it an expansion of NATO? Was it a NATO initiative or whatever it's called?
When something ends up being encompassing the larger territory, it's de facto matter of English language. It's called expansion. But if you're talking about specific mechanisms, whether or not it was the result of conquest, I repeated God knows how many times.
Okay. Let's talk about
it was totally free choice of countries. I agree with that. I don't know how many times do you need me to repeat it really.
Yeah, you can repeat Soviet lies many times. I heard all of it during the
What
Soviet
kind of lie did I just? Have I just said a lie?
Yes.
I said that I agree that.
You were claiming that NATO was a threat to against Soviet Union. No,
I said
Soviet
that NATO was created with explicit purpose, which is in their charter, as they confirmed actually, to counter the threat of communist expansion in Europe.
Yes, they were defending. They were afraid of Soviet Union, and the same applies to the current situation.
And good for them. They were right. I was the one to say, and they were absolutely right, quote unquote.
So,
I never said that the NATO didn't make any sense. I said it made perfect sense. I'm totally against the expansion. I think it was very unfortunate that we ended up with Warsaw Pact and all these Eastern European countries being under the dictatorship. I'm totally against it. I'm opposed by what happened in Czechoslovakia and Hungary and whatnot. And that's why I hated the guts of this regime. I'm just saying, but then, when finally this regime collapsed, to my greatest joy, and at that very moment when Russia and Russians were so open to the West, and they expected to be really embraced like as a new country, and instead of that they saw the expansion. I'm just saying, it's very unfortunate that this is a future mistrust.
The expansion was at the end of the 90s, and Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. You are mixing things.
What am I mixing?
Like making it look like it was happening at the same time. Stop doing it.
I never said such thing. I mean, again, you're projecting.
Yes, you said Soviet Union collapsed, Russia became an open country, and instead of embracing them, they began to expand. It was a false. You are making it look like it was happening at the same time, but it was not.
Hello. I'm just listening and sorry if I'm interrupting, but it's really interesting to hear the Russian perspective because it's hard to understand what's propaganda, what's not. I'll tell you, my dad lived in the USSR. He was a soldier trained there, actually from Somalia, so he speaks Russian to this day. So I've been following this, and I did see the link you posted, Ramsha, of cool in saying that they wanted to join NATO. So I think what's hard to understand is what is Russian propaganda and what is like forgive me, like real, like I don't know, it's really hard to understand, but no, I appreciate hearing both of your perspectives. Thank you.
You see, the Russian view, for example, nation is different from the view of the West, and the same applies to the propaganda. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union, Soviet people listened to their radios, trying to listen the Voice of America. What was the European? Whatever, and they even were arrested for that. And for a very long time in Russia, trying to leave the country without the permission of the Soviet country was a capital offense. You would be shot to death. This is how happy we were. And propaganda is when you source of information, and it is official, the communist government and so on. They are spreading lies. They are not telling you the truth. They are saying that the West is against us and so on. This is what propaganda is. It's spreading lies. When you say it's good to eat healthy food, to exercise and so on, it's not propaganda. It's agitation. You are trying to convince people to do things like there are two types of propaganda. And propaganda is all about lies and blocking all the other sources of information. This is the Soviet type of propaganda. And when we are saying that West has propaganda, no, they don't, because they have Fox News and they have CNN, they have different sources of information, and they have all the they have everything to make up their own opinion. And in the Soviet Union, we had no chance to make up, to get our opinion.
Ramsha, you can't even imagine how many Americans would be like amazed to hear your point of view, because it's such a common point. We Americans say that, we have lots of propaganda. Now, we have different types of propaganda. That's correct. CNN and Fox News are telling very different things, but there is just general consensus among the American public that both basically do propaganda, because they try to present a one-sided view of the story. And I mean, that's such a trivial. I'm surprised I need to explain this to you. And propaganda is like it's permeating any society, democratic or autocratic or whatever. Of course, we do have propaganda. We have lots of it.
No, it's modern fashion, like calling everything you don't like a fascism or whatever. It's not the proper words, proper terms. Propaganda has a definition.
Propaganda is presented one side of the story. So, for instance, when Hitler was not in majority, he did not.
Come on, guy. Once again, you interrupt me. I haven't finished yet. When Americans say CNN propaganda, Fox News propaganda, it's labeling. It's not. They're not using the proper definition of propaganda. I'm talking about the classical, scientific, if you want, definition of propaganda. And according to that definition, like people today, when couple guys are killed, they say it's genocide. No, it's not genocide. Genocide has scientific definition, and it applies to propaganda as well. So stop making up things. Propaganda is the Soviet propaganda when there were only. It was not one-sided story. It was false story. They were telling lies.
Okay, can I interject quickly, please?
Yes, I finished.
Okay, the definition. Listen, everybody. Propaganda is biased or misleading information used to promote a particular political cause, ideology, or point of view. It is often designed to influence public opinion and behavior by appealing to emotions rather than presenting objective facts. It's exactly what every single American TV network does. So, you don't really know what you're talking about.
Yes, I know what I'm talking about because you have to compare it to Russian propaganda and you'll see the difference.
I'm not trying to compare which propaganda is good or which propaganda is bad. I'm just saying propaganda is permeating life of any society.
You are trying to make up things. You are calling propaganda the things which are not propaganda.
I'm just providing you the definition. You just earlier said that let's stick to the definition.
No.
Yes, it's definition. It's
you are talking about opinions. CNN and Fox News can broadcast the same information, but stop interrupting me. I will switch off my microphone and you will talk now. When CNN is highlighting some event, they give also sometimes give also an opinion. And actually, in Western journalism, it's a rule to provide two opinions on the same point. For example, if there is a war between Ukraine and Russia, you have to provide the opinion of Ukraine and of Russia. This is the rule in Western journalism. In Russia, it's a different story. They have only one opinion, which is controlled by the government, and this is propaganda. And you are trying to promote the Russian, one of the Russians' propaganda that everybody is the same, that West does the same shit as. You want to interrupt me again? Please switch off your microphone. Come on. One of the main agenda of Russian propaganda is we are not bad. The West is also bad. We are just to be equal. By the way, it was what Hitler did in League of Nations. He said, we are ready to perform disarmament. We are a peaceful country now. We want to give up our weapons, but we want the rest of the countries to do the same. And this is all tricks. Putin's propaganda is so lazy, they don't even want or able to make new tricks. Come on, man.
Okay, can I respond now?
No, you cannot respond. Yes, you can. I switched off my microphone.
Okay,
if you ask such a question,
first
then
of all,
you have to...
Rumsha, if you are trying to tell me that there is a difference between Russian propaganda and Western propaganda, I would not even argue, because if I thought they're all the same, I would probably stay in Russia because, it's kind of, I got used to living there like a long time ago. But what I'm saying is that you're right that we have free journalism in the West. So therefore, if say one TV channel presents, or TV network to be precise, presents say the Democratic point of view, then there is another TV channel like Fox News that presents the Republican point of view, and nobody's going to jail them for sure. Yeah. But propaganda, by definition, I don't know, maybe you're uncomfortable with it, means that within particular, say, CNN network has no obligation whatsoever to present the Republican point of view, and they don't. Similarly, Fox News has no obligation whatsoever to present, like they all say, we're balanced and fair. That's their like cornerstone phrase, right? That both say the same thing. But none of them are balanced or fair because they present the point of view of the party they're aligned with. And in that sense, you say that at the scale of the society, you can say, yeah, there is a possibility for educated citizens to hear different opinions, and you're correct, and that's a fundamental difference from Russia. But if you're talking about, by definition, propaganda, this particular network, I can say that CNN does propaganda, Fox News does different kind of propaganda, and I'm blessed that I can go to both and compare and see which one makes more sense. Yeah, and that's a fundamental difference
from living in Russia, but I'm saying propaganda it's nevertheless. And I don't think we should really spend like it's such a minutia. Like what are we talking about? Okay, you don't like to call it propaganda. Okay, I will not argue with you. Okay, you're right.
I know the correct answer. Okay. CNN or Fox News cannot be called Western or American propaganda, right?
Sorry, would you repeat it, please?
When I'm talking about mass media in Russia, I can call them Russian propaganda, which because they broadcast the same opinion defined by the Russian government. Am I correct?
Correct.
So tell me, if CNN or Fox News are American or Western propaganda in similar?
Okay. No. I mean, yes, they definitely. Okay, let me finish at least. Like, let me answer. Like, I promise to be one question, one sentence. So they don't provide, say, Western propaganda specifically, but however, I can say that CNN traditionally and very consistently provides liberal propaganda, whereas Fox News provides conservative propaganda.
So you did not answer my question. So I'll rephrase it. Name me mass media which are spreading Western or American propaganda.
Probably none.
Good. This is what proof. This is my point.
But but I just said that they don't. Neither Fox News nor CNN provide specifically Western propaganda, but they provide specifically like propaganda. You can slice and dice propaganda in many different directions. So there is a liberal propaganda, there is a conservative propaganda, there is Western propaganda, there is Eastern propaganda, there is American propaganda, there is anti-American propaganda. You can slice and dice any way you want, but it's still propaganda because propaganda by definition again means biased or misleading information used to promote a particular political cause, ideology, or point of view. That's it. That's all it takes to call something propaganda. I mean, again, you're not comfortable with that? Fine. I'm not going to argue with you about the definitions. You don't like this definition? Let's talk about something else.
Okay, so we came to a conclusion that there is no such thing as American propaganda, as I stated before, because stop interrupting me. Please.
I literally said nothing. What's wrong?
You switched the microphone on.
You guys are funny, right?
From the bottom of my heart, Romsha, you told that you're a translator. I don't understand why your English is.
Because for 25 years I was only doing written translation.
Got it.
From English to Russian. And I told it to you several times already.
Already?
For the several years we know each other.
From the bottom of your heart. Okay.
I know English better than I do Japanese, but I speak Japanese better than English because I worked as a Japanese interpreter, and in case of English language for 20 years I literally translated only automotive manuals like workshop manuals, owner's manuals, and so on. And in Russia we say he's like a dog. He understands everything but cannot say a word. So my English is kind of dog English. I understand everything and I barely speak. And my accent is horrible, but that's okay. And it's okay. Yeah, please.
Oh, don't worry. No, you guys are so funny. But the thing is, Rumshed, the hilarious part is you realize that America is getting Russian propaganda. You don't notice this? Isn't that a weird thing?
Vadim is not influenced by the Russian propaganda. He is Russian propaganda. He's from the Soviet Union and he is on the side of Russia, but he's an American citizen.
It's really mind-boggling. I mean, Romsha, like, let me summarize it. In the past, 30 minutes, I said that I was a staunch opponent or enemy of the communist state. I left the Soviet Union for purely ideological reasons. I hated it. I still do. In the course of discussion, the only thing where I really deviated from the traditional, Western view of things was I simply asked a single question. The rest was pure assumptions on Romsha's side. I asked a simple question, which is how come that at the moment when the Soviet Union ceased to exist
and admittedly by the Western standards, it was very much democratic, etc., etc. How come that roughly at the same timeline, the data went through most dramatic expansion, and that question alone allows people like Romsha to accuse me of being a Soviet propaganda mouthpiece, again, contrary to every single statement I made. Like, I condemned Russia and the Soviet Union God knows how many times. I expressed my own personal hate of this regime God knows how many times, but just merely asking one question which doesn't fit your narrative is enough for you to totally, like, imagine some stupid stories about me being like a Russian propagandist and not being American enough, for God's sake. I mean, and God knows how many times I said how much I love my country, the United States of America, and hate everything related to communism and Putin, etc. And you still think that just because I asked this one single question, it like literally nullifies all my statements. You really take like 0.1% of what I said and make this swiping generalization. I mean, how dumb is that?
No, Nadim, we're gonna check how American you are. What's the true name of the Gulf of Mexico?
Gulf of Mexico, still.
Come on. Jesus Christ, you have to sort of.
Again,
I'm just trying to make it
I
sure.
just think it's a dumb idea to rename it.
It's very casual.
I joined the conversation just 30 minutes ago, and I have no idea what you were talking about before I joined the conversation, right? So,
Romsha, I'm a perfect example of anti-communism.
I did not finish.
It is just a dramatic pause. It's not a finish.
No, I saw a microphone switching on and did not want to say a usual thing about stop interrupting me. And you interrupted me.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
I'm not talking to you.
Sorry.
It's okay for you to interrupt, Sergey.
So, Vadim, the whole argument about NATO expansion is one of the main pretenses of Russia for invading Ukraine. And you keep raising this thesis, but it was answered so many times that there is no Andrei answered you about Gorbachev and so-called promise of not expanding the NATO and so on. But you keep asking this question and you keep raising this argument. So I don't know what else to tell you because you are spreading. I'm not judging you by the words you are saying. You can tell that you are American patriot and you love American country how many times you want, but once you are continuing to spread the Russian lies and Russian propaganda, you will not convince me that you are an American patriot.
Can I ask you one question?
How can I spread anything by simply asking? I mean, this is such a contradictory idea. I mean,
you are not asking, you are promoting this.
No, I'm asking the question. I'm waiting for an answer that will satisfy me. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all.
This is one of my favorite takes of Russian Kremlin bots. They say, I'm asking a question and you did not satisfy, your answer doesn't satisfy me. Yeah, it's a very common takes of Russian guys from the bot farm.
Romsha, do you know how many Americans, in fact, the majority of Americans I know, still questioning the Vietnam War? And they're not patriots. They're saying they're like sellouts of the communist regime in Vietnam. I mean, this is such a bullshit argument, Frank.
And
there's such thing as consciousness. I mean, my consciousness wants this answer that would make me comfortable with.
Okay.
So with you, sorry, Roshi.
Just one sentence. Radim, you have no physical ability to know the opinion of majority of Americans. You said the majority of Americans I know.
Okay.
I know. Yeah, that's very specific. Qualified, right?
Yeah, he doesn't know anything. That's one. So with you, but Vadim, I'm just being honest with you. So let's just, the reason why I push back in the manner I have, because your presentation doesn't have an internal consistency. Like, if the purpose of the NATO is to counter the communist regimes or any kind of authoritarian regimes, anything that's not an authoritarian regime does not really, you wouldn't expect any fear from that entity. So if Russia stayed an authoritarian country, if it was harboring the same type of pro-communist or socialist or similar type of, like outlook and views and wanted to achieve the same type of goals, then yes, the fear is justified. But if it wasn't, then the fear is not justified. It's a pretense for something else.
So Andrea, I mean, I heard you, so let me try to kind of approach it from the different angle. So imagine that you were the enemy with somebody, right? And then you decided this is a ridiculous thing. You tried to break a peace, right? And probably that requires that you both go through some kind of internal transformation. Your attitude has changed and you try to, but you don't really know, you're not a mind reader. So you don't really know what awaits for you. And so you try to make first kind of small steps and you watch closely for the response. I mean, Russia back then in the 90s, they didn't know. They knew that there is no way they're going to be communists, but they knew that, the whole stand up against the West didn't make much sense. They knew it was all counterproductive. But what they did not know yet, and I'm a live witness of it, they did not know what the hell they're going to do with it. They were still deciding, they were experimenting. Some experiments were frankly stupid and disastrous for Russia, and they went through lots of turmoil and, lots of disastrous things that they did not know. So, like, what you were saying is correct and very analytical, dry, cerebral level, but, like, it totally does not account for human psychology, okay? They were waiting, they were saying, okay, we're making our baby steps. Here's your Eastern Germany. Here's like your Warsaw Pact, which is no more. Like, okay, so what's your next step? And don't ask us what we're going to be. We don't know. I mean, we're looking at Yeltsin and we see that he's basically has a very twisted idea of the Wild West. He thinks that he starts to privatize like crazy and there's mass, like people go totally like broke and there's devaluation of the ruble and people suddenly become poor. And they have this mixed opinions. Like, do we really want to become a capitalist country? Well, probably we should try because socialism purely doesn't work. But is it going to be pure capitalism or something else? Maybe something like some hybrid? Who knows? But in any way, we just want to be different.
Okay,
because we want to be friends with the West. And and what you're saying is like very cerebral. Okay, are you democratic or not? Well, maybe there's something in between, but they're no longer, what they know for sure, they don't want to be Western enemy. That's it.
Okay.
That was a very dominating mood.
So I'm just going to quickly tell you, like, what you said, what it looks like from where I'm sitting, and then Sergey, you go. To me, what it looks like, the West came after the Cold War and said, okay, Russia, you lost, yes, you inherited all of those things, and, like the assets and the debts and stuff, and so we're allowing that to happen. Everything is transferred to you. We don't want the nuclear weapons to go around the world, so we're going to, work together, contain them. We're going to take them away from the countries that might not be as stable as you, like, Ukraine was at the time, and Kazakhstan and Belarus. So we're going to work with you. There's going to be a new step forward in our relationships. We're going to give you resources. We're going to show you how, and we're going to give you technology, and step by step, perhaps you're going to become part of our paradigm. Our new target is China. So Russia basically played the West because for the time being, it looked like as if Russia was aligned to the West, it was allowing NATO to fly through its territory, had even a base. There's some treaties with NATO, everything is good, except Russia never wanted to be part of the West because it did not accept the paradigm where you don't take the territory back. And that can be seen, Chechnya, with West kind of looked the other way, allowed allowed the Russians to do whatever they wanted there because it was aligned with, the overall fight against terrorism, and there was a lot of people who were, crossing over in terms of enemies of the West and enemies of Russia. But then Georgia happened, and that was the first big wake-up call, I think, for the West to say, wait a second, they never changed their way. They claim that they're going to be aligned with us in terms of their, what they want to be or how they want to act. But in reality, what they want, they just were biding their time until they could put themselves in a position, like what they did in Europe and, the energy agreements with Europe and Ukraine, that they can start influencing the European politics. They called into, the world economic system, and so now they're going to be trying to influence and take over from within. And this is where I would say it's 2008, 2009, where the relationship started breaking down. And this is where Russia starts making its moves, political moves in Ukraine, political moves in Germany, political moves in France, and former countries of the Eastern Bloc. And so there's obvious reaction against it. And this is when the narrative about the NATO expansion starts appearing more and more often as a talking point. But once again, it lacks the internal consistency, because if Russia truly has changed its way and turned away from its communist past, they have nothing to worry about. However, if it was still trying to go in the same direction and just saw itself as a continuation of the same type of policies, politics, and expansionist views, then absolutely. But then the Western expansion of NATO would be completely justified, because they're still fighting the same old terrible enemy.
So again, Andrei, you present, in my view, a false dichotomy. You said that either Russia becomes exactly what West wants it to be, or the West must conclude that Russia basically is the same old, multi-head, dragon which just wants to swallow the West. And I'm just saying, this is false dichotomy. Russia becomes something different.
If it did, then it had nothing to worry about.
Because
you can't have it both ways. So if NATO's purpose, no, you can't, because NATO's purpose is to fight communism and especially totalitarian regimes. If Russia is not a totalitarian regime and it's anti-communist, then it has nothing to worry about. If it still is, well, then West is justified to do what it did.
I just want to add something. Russia was not afraid of NATO till the 2014, until the invasion into the Ukraine. And the best proof of it, NATO base on the Russian territory, Ulyanovsk. How can you make an agreement to create a NATO base in country if you think that NATO is an enemy? Basically, it's about military planes being able to fly into Russian territory, which is forbidden by all the international laws, and they can bring a lot of troops and attack Russia within.
Rumsky, you ironically just proved my point. Actually, Russia did not view America as an enemy. That's why we actually helped, with invasion to Afghanistan after 9/11. We provided our bases and whatnot, and Russia did not want to see America as an enemy. Just kind of ironically confirmed my point.
You still don't see that the reaction to NATO's expansion is unjustified if, in fact, Russia changed its way. If, in fact, so West is a partner, not an enemy.
Well, Andrei,
as soon as it's making a claim that NATO is expanding and there's some sort of fear towards Russia, it immediately puts itself in the position of, regime that is opposed to the very, basic principles of the countries that compose NATO. If that's so, then the NATO expansion is just.
So, Andrei, again, I think we're going in circles. I think, I kind of run out of arguments. I can only say that I can point you at least at two very competent, in my view, American observers who have been around for a while.
Please don't say Jeffrey Sachs. Please don't say Jeffrey Sachs.
No, okay. I'm just saying that there is another thing which is saying that Russia did change. Russia definitely parted from its communist past, but they wanted to be something else, which was not like they clearly did not want to be the arch enemy of the West anymore. But at the same time, they wanted to morph into something that West did not like. But that something they want to morph into was not clearly like with explicit stated goal was to be friends with the West. So yes, you're right. Russia proved that they did not want to be like this traditional run-of-the-mill democratic state, guilty as charged, but they wanted to become something which is not communist, which no longer has expansion goals, and which wants to be friends with America. And who can blame them for this? We have lots of countries, we the United States, we're very much friendly with, and they're not democratic.
Okay, so the last.
They acknowledge their unique ways. What was wrong with acknowledging Russia's own unique way? I mean, and they did not want to play second role. Yeah, they did still wanted to be their, the leaders, the world leaders, and they want to assert themselves as world leaders.
Okay, great. So I would love to hear from Greg and Sergey, I think, who came off the mic. So I'm just going to say this last thing to you. But yes, I agree with you that they went their own quote-unquote special way. The last 2 points that you made are moot because they did have expansionist intentions, as shown by their politics in Europe, their incursion into Georgia, their politics and policies with Armenia and Azerbaijan, what they did in Ukraine, how they meddled into politics of all the Eastern Bloc countries. So that whole point is moot. And the second one is that they wanted to be friends with the West. That's also, makes no sense. Because if they did, that then NATO would present no danger to them. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. But right.
They wanted to be friends with the West, but they thought, again, I'll be very careful with my phrase. They thought they had the evidence that it was not mutual, that the West did not want to become friends with them. And that was the
Well, that is paranoid, very clear.
Okay, I mean, I guess, yeah.
So.
I hear that that's what you're thinking, clearly, yeah. But I just think, and exactly that's what I may think, but I'm just saying, as the witness of this event, I can say that I believe I'm correct saying that this is how Russia felt. And I think it's very unfortunate that, you may call it miscommunication or overreaction, but again, Russia felt that they made enough goodwill steps towards the West, not democratization, I grant it to you. Russia probably will never be democratic. I mean, they burned with thousands of years of history of total totalitarianism, but again, they wanted to be something different. Okay, and they thought that they made enough steps of goodwill to expect that America would just relax and say, hey, you gave us your
So we're delivering the point. So yeah, and my push would be that they did not make any of those concessions or moves towards becoming more like the West or like being complementary to the West because of their obvious expansionist tendencies. But let's hear what Greg, because
So I think that it's clear that Russia is an autocratic dictatorship with expansionist tendencies. And what must be remembered is that the expansion of NATO in the 1990s was an organic expansion that happened at the request of the states who joined NATO. And if you look back there was internal debate in NATO. I was enlisted at the time. I wasn't an officer yet, but I remember there was internal debate in the NATO countries whether they should expand or not, whether they should allow these people in. But the Eastern European countries were clamoring to get in because they expected Russia to resume its expansionist habits that had been, the hallmark of its existence from before the time of communism. So, what we've seen in the last 10, 15 years justifies their desire to join NATO. And we can also hang our hat on is that, we remember the 1997 joint U.S.-Russia protocols, not U.S., NATO-Russia protocols in the founding act that was passed and signed by both Russia and NATO that actually allowed for expansion of NATO and established procedures for expanding NATO into allowing other countries going into NATO with no objection from Russia noted at all. So it just goes to prove, I think, Andre's point that this idea that Russia was always against NATO expansion is a rewriting of history by the current regime to paint a certain type of picture. But in the 90s, it was not that clear, and it wasn't until 2008 is probably about right. Wasn't about 2008, 2009 until this propaganda narrative began to emerge. So, and I'll use the word propaganda. I know there was a debate about what propaganda is. I was actually an information operations officer in the United States Marine Corps. So I created propaganda. Basically, it's an ideological communication using various mediums to reach your target audiences. What propaganda is. The word was originated with the Catholic Church in the 1600s with the ministry to propagate the faith. That's simply where it comes from. Now, it morphed, of course, and was used by totalitarian regimes. That was the origin of that term.
Hey, Ragged, I want to ask you a question if I can. Do you believe in the propaganda that you actually created from Marine Corps? Do you actually, I mean, it's ideological. So do you personally subscribe to the same ideology? So what I mean is, you honestly believe the propaganda that you put out is something you believe in?
I did, yes, because it was anti-Mujahideen propaganda. It was anti-terrorist propaganda in Iraq and Afghanistan. So, they're more mortal enemies. So yes, that was definitely on our side against them. We didn't have to publish false information because they're dastardly enough that they gave us all the ammunition we needed to simply communicate how egregious they were. So it wasn't hard to propagandize in favor of the West against Islamic terrorism.
Have you ever tried to do the same thing but against another adversary that is perhaps not so blatant or evil
I didn't, because my time as an information operations officer was 04, 03 really. I helped create the program in the Marine Corps, and I did it till about 2012. So that's what we were busy doing at the time. So I was not involved. I did run a war game, like countering Chinese war game, but I was out of the propaganda business by then. But I suppose we could turn to China at this point, but I wasn't personally involved in anti-Chinese propaganda.
So Regan, thank you so much for bringing this up. Actually, I remember hearing about the anti-Soviet news, but I didn't know the depth of it, and actually that it touched on the question of NATO expansion. I just kind of skimmed through it and found that those interesting spots, and you're absolutely right.
It explicitly created procedures for expansion of NATO, and Russia signed up on it.
That's right. So, the talking point of any kind of verbal reassurance is trumped by the actual documentation and legal bounding documentation which allowed NATO expansion.
Yes, I think
they was willing.
They cite some.
And as you said, how did you put it? It was natural expansion or organic expansion?
It was organic expansion, driven by the countries who were trying to obtain NATO membership. There was actually some debate on the side of the West between the major NATO powers, Germany and France and the UK and the US, on whether we should let them in. That's documented. And eventually they did decide to established procedures for expanding.
Yeah, I'm going to post that founding act of the NATO-Russian cooperation where NATO is allowed to expand to other countries, and Russia has no problem with it. Yeah, I'll find it and post it.
I remember when it came out. I was already a Marine Corps officer by then. I remember when it came out. I had to read.
You know, I just did a quick search, and I'm really curious on that link because my search shows that Russia never formally agreed to NATO expansion, but there were diplomatic discussions and understanding of the issue, and so. And then blah blah blah. Of course, 1990s. Some people like Mikhail Gorbachev thought that the Western officials claimed that they would not expand. In other words, I guess the TLDR, like here, would be like, yeah, there was no formal, legally binding agreement where Russia officially acknowledged.
There was
but there was actually documentation indicating Russia formally objected to it. So yeah, I agree. It's not binding. Like yeah.
There was no such agreement. It was only also explained it. Sorry, Rich. Because they were talking about Eastern Germany only.
It was a 1989 conversation.
It's a different document. Okay, so there's 1997. Yeah, I just posted it up there.
Yeah, but they're referring to the
mutual agreement between NATO and Russia signed in Paris in 1997, May 27th.
Right, what Gorbachev refers to as an informal conversation between himself and James Baker in 1989, end of 1989, early 1990, in which Baker said that they didn't have any designs. And he was talking about the Bush administration and himself at that moment, not that the United States never, or the NATO would never expand ever. He just mentioned that they didn't currently have any designs to expand. And it was just an informal, it was like a cocktail conversation, so it doesn't carry any weight. A signed mutual agreement between the two parties carries much more weight. And if you look at the Founding Act, if I can just finish, the Founding Act also was accompanied by protocols that were an addendum to the Founding Act that actually had explicit procedures for expanding NATO membership. And Russia saw all that and never objected to a word.
So, Ragged, I agree with you that, I actually, you joined recently, so I started by saying that I acknowledge there was never legally binding agreement that NATO will not expand, but just to be historically correct, it was much more than a cocktail conversation. Baker mentioned it at least 3 times on different occasions, and there's other American officials that say that they see no problem, they see that the NATO expansion to the east would be unwise and blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's like multiple assurances, but that's okay. I agree that nothing is legally binding.
I think people miss the point often in this discussion because people focused on whether there was any formal or informal agreement between the West and Russia about not expand NATO. I think that misses the point because whatever you agree in the 90s or early 2000s, right, it's not going to bind, whether it's legal or not, it's not going to bind forever on NATO side or on Russia's side. I think the real question is, has Russia objected to the inclusion of Ukraine into NATO or EU strongly enough and signaled that they will resort to use of force if it takes place? And I believe before 2014 and even after that, Russia has on many occasions done that. And the West insists on the eastward expansion of NATO despite the Russian objection. Now, this is why when Russia wages such a war, this is to be expected.
Clarifying question. So, are you claiming that prior to 2014, Ukraine was on track of joining NATO?
Okay. I think so. Yes. I think the Romanian.
Okay, so that's false. That's a false.
But that does not matter. That's precisely my point. I think they did.
Because
I don't think it matters.
Here's why it matters a lot. Because the whole narrative that Russia is spinning is contingent on their claim that Ukraine the whole time was trying to join NATO. And they were the aggression of 2014 was in response to Ukraine's actions, which is false. Which has actually
I don't think that's false. The mentioning of inclusion of Ukraine into NATO was as
So yes, 2008. I'm gonna finish speaking and then you can speak. Because that's how this works. So what has happened is there was an intent that was officially voiced by a couple of officials, one of whom was the president of Ukraine at the time, had very little support, popular support. Didn't and when he saw that he had absolutely no support from the population, he didn't even ask for the appropriate, mandatory application for the NATO. So that was kind of, that was tried out. The public opinion was tested, had absolutely no support, and then they moved on. Now, Russia claimed as if Ukraine was on its way of becoming a NATO member, and the aggression of 2014 was a response to it. That narrative is.
That's not false because it was the United States who were actually opening the invitation to Ukraine, even during Bush's time. And this is talking.
How is that in response to anything that I said? It doesn't matter whether it
This means that the West have intended to expand NATO towards Russia to include.
I'm gonna finish clarifying. I'm gonna go into it. So the claim was that Russia responded to Ukraine attempting to join NATO. Ukraine did not attempt to join NATO because it didn't even ask for the application, the mandatory application. So the narrative that Russia spins is incorrect. It doesn't matter which country was trying to push Ukraine into NATO, whether it was France, Germany, Great Britain, or United States. The fact is that Ukraine never even received an application.
Yeah. Again, I don't think that matters. First of all, it was the West that is pushing eastward expansion of NATO, not Ukraine. And secondly, it was clear that Ukraine has undergone through a overthrowing of the government into a pro-West direction. And
there was no overthrowing of the government. It was popular.
You can call it whatever, but it is what.
No. It's very important what we call it because the terms matter, the words do matter. And there was no installment of any kind of government by any entity from the outset. It was a popular uprising. Do you agree?
Andrea, let me clarify something because you mentioned historical accuracy. So yes, NATO is in the picture, but specifically for Crimea, Russia made very specific claims. Number one, they say that they want to annex Crimea because ethnic Russians and Russian speakers in Crimea were at risk after Ukraine's 2014 Euromaidan revolution, which overthrew pro-Russian President Yanukovych, right? So that was claim number one. Claim number two, referendum and self-determination. Russia pointed to a controversial, quote unquote, because that's how Western media covered, referendum held at Crimea in 2014 where 97% of voters supposedly supported joining Russia. That's number two. Number three, historical claims. Russian officials, including Putin, argued that Crimea, which is correct, actually, historically is correct, has been historically part of Russia before Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev transferred it to Ukraine in 1954 as a result of totally undemocratic process with no referendum whatsoever, which is historically correct too. You can even find confirmation of that in politically neutral sources like Wikipedia. And finally, illegitimacy of Ukrainian government and strategic and security interests like Russia's Black Sea Fleet in Sevastopol. Like NATO ambitions were never mentioned. Like it's a top five. NATO is not.
Okay, so let's take those claims. Let's take the interesting ones because the whole historical narrative for Khrushchev's gifting that's neither here nor there. Yeah. So question. So do you agree with the position of the Russian Federation that the people in Crimea were under some sort of threat of violence or were actually experiencing some sort of violence?
I cannot say to that. I will not lie. Like I said, I'm not a Russian propaganda mouthpiece. I long left Russia after.
I'm not asking you whether you're a mouthpiece or not. I'm just asking your opinion. Do you think that those people were under threat or were physically?
There was a wonderful American documentary called Ukraine on Fire, which specifically covers Euromaidan.
Yeah, I would not hold I don't think that what's his name, the guy who did.
Yeah. So judging.
Yeah, I don't think that his point of view, which is explicitly pro-totalitarian regimes, is very valid. Here, I'm asking your opinion. Do you think that the people, it's a justified claim that the people were under
like,
stress?
okay,
Or are you basing your opinion on that documentary, though?
No. I can separate his opinion, his political position from like documentary, which basically, and then I corroborated from different sources. Basically, what happened in Euromaidan included direct violence against Russian speakers. That's just the historical fact. Whether it's propagated all the way to Crimea, I don't know. But I'm just saying that violence against Russian speakers and supporters of basically more pro-Russia way for Ukraine's development, that was a historical fact which was acknowledged by the media. That's all I can say.
This is just a lie. First of all, just one fact. Yes,
No, because I started the question. We'll go back to that. I will give you time that you can interrogate them. I just wanted to have a first kind of shot at it. Okay, second, do you think that the referendum in Crimea was legitimate?
Well, according to the Western sources, they basically tried to question it many times, and they said that if you apply all sorts of corrections for possible, possible pressure by the presence of Russian armed forces, etc., some numbers that I read again from the Western press, they brought down from 97% to like 82 or something like this. But they said the fact nevertheless remains that even by most conservative pro-Western estimates, yeah, they can say that at least 80% voted for reunification with Russia.
I mean, I don't know how you can legitimize, I mean, it doesn't matter which kind of sources, but I don't understand how you can legitimize a result that is done, received under the gun. Whether you degrade the number or increase it doesn't really matter.
What I'm saying, Western media corrected for possible.
There is no correction. When you have a gun pointed at you, when you have to vote, there's no correction that can possibly, be justified.
Also, sorry, just quickly, let me finish. Just one sentence. Russia argued, and that I found that very interesting because I followed what Clinton did in Kosovo with war. Like Russia argued that this was an exercise of self-determination similar to Kosovo's independence from Serbia. And so that kind of gives you a little bit different angles. Again, I'm trying to get here.
It was a simple question, yes or no question. You don't have to refer to Western media or whatever. Do you agree or not?
Do you agree or not with what exactly?
With Russian claims. Which Andrei is mentioning.
I believe.
Don't talk about majority. Just say, do you agree or not?
I agree with that or disagree with the same extent that Kosovo became independent state. It's like you cannot have
nobody asked about Kosovo. Do you agree with Russian claim about Crimea or whatever they're claiming? You don't have to Russian narratives. Classic.
Russian narrative is a much broader claim. Okay, I disagree with Russian narrative, but specific claim, like, look, when I was young, I crisscrossed Crimea like for 1 month. We had actually geological practice there, right? So like we were driving like all across. I can tell you one thing, and my exposure to Crimea was not limited to just seaside resorts where of course you have predominantly Russian population from Moscow, Leningrad, whatnot. I crisscrossed the mountainous parts of Crimea where like more native population did. I can assure you with absolute honesty that one thing I never heard in Crimea was Ukrainian language.
That's false. Okay, this is right. Romsha, one more thing. Hold up. You'll do it. So here's another thing. I just want to ask you a question. Was the Crimea as an autonomous entity within the Ukrainian borders was ratified by other countries, including Russia?
Yes, it was.
Okay, cool. Now, anything that comes before is irrelevant. Okay, so it's part of the Ukrainian
territory. It's subject to Ukrainian constitution. Anything that happens there has to be done in accordance to the rule of law of that land. What's the referendum legitimate according to the Ukrainian constitution?
No, of course not.
Okay, that's it.
I just wanted to add to this, but Andre, here's my question to you then. And it's not whataboutism of any kind.
No, it's my turn. I would like to give you, we were talking about history a lot of times, and you said you have not met an Ukrainian in Crimea.
I'm not saying they're not Ukrainians, I'm just saying they're very rare.
Wait, I'll tell you why. I'll just tell you why it happened. I'm talking about the Second World War. When Germany invaded Soviet Union, the population of Crimea was about 200,000 people. After that, the Crimean Tatars were deported. The Crimea was actually a mixture of different nations: Greeks, Romanians, Hungarians, Algerians, and all of them were deported. And after the war, some of the population were killed by Germans, some of they fled the Crimea. And after the war, the population of Crimea was about 300,000 people. And some villages stopped switching on the microphone. I have not finished yet. I'll let you talk. Let me talk. And
Romsha, if he is not saying anything, please don't react, okay? If he is gonna say something, I will interfere and stop.
So, many towns and villages were just empty. There were nobody there. And who do you think came to those villages and towns? This is the answer to your question why you have not showed Ukrainian. And yes, about the suppression of Russian-speaking population. Before the Russian invasion in 2014, 95% of schools in Crimea were Russian language schools. There were no Ukrainian language there. And also, you mentioned the people who participated in the referendum, right? There were a lot of people who were working in the Russian Black Sea Fleet. And after retirement, they settled down in Crimea. And this is another reason for so many Russian-speaking people in Crimea. And yes, this referendum cannot be seen as a legitimate one. It's a direct analogy with the German annexation of Austria in what was 36. They came to Austria, invaded Austria, and the next day they made a referendum. You mentioned Kosovo. Yes, it took 10 years to make a decision about Kosovo. The referendum in Crimea was held within a week after invasion. As Andrei truly said on the what was it, Vadim?
I'm sorry.
Can you switch off the mic to make me more comfortable and stop sending those sounds in the room? Okay,
like in 1 hour I did it once and you were like crucifying me. I mean, come on, Ramsha, don't be so...
No, snowflake is you, because I asked you politely and you're telling I'm crucifying you?
For God's sake, Ramsha, my phone, my school friend just called me right now. I'm sorry, I immediately muted it, okay? What is your problem? That's the only incident in the past one hour. I mean, what are you talking about?
No problem. I politely
come back to your senses, just relax, okay?
I am completely relaxed. I politely ask you not to switch on the microphone because you making it look like you are going to interrupt me. I'm not interrupting you when you are talking, and now you interrupted me 3 times while I was talking, including the previous take.
That's ridiculous claims, but okay.
No, I finished. Go on, go ahead.
Okay. So I was asked more than one question. I'd like to be very short. Okay, so yes, I said that, of course, even with my exposure to Crimea, this exposure was limited. So, like, I checked the numbers actually anywhere between, like, the 1920s and till the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Crimean population, like the ethnic Ukrainians, were significant, like more significant than I thought. It was about a quarter, like 25%, give or take, okay? So, Tatars were World War II or not, but it was like anywhere between 19 and 25. Okay, but I was asked the question: do I believe the results of referendum that vast majority of population voted to reunify with Russia? And I said absolutely, because it just makes sense based on numbers and my observations. Second is my grandma and her relatives were Ukrainians, and I spent most of my childhood in Ukraine, in Kharkiv, just on my summer vacations. And I know that I was amazed by just how many people in Ukraine, not even in Crimea, like basically they thought of Russian culture and Russian language specifically, very specifically, as their native ones. They associated themselves with the Russian language, Russian culture. Some of them even spoke that, they'd rather not speak Ukrainian. They affiliate themselves with Russian culture, Russian classic literature and whatnot. So I'm just saying, for me, it's very natural based on my observation, the fact that the majority of people in Crimea would definitely vote to reunify. Now, I cannot dismiss history like you're saying. Well, Andres said that, yeah, it was a result of a legitimate process, but I would like to point out that this was a legitimate process. Like, let's dig into it a little bit, for God's sake. I mean, we the Americans officially viewed Khrushchev as a dictator. I mean, for us, by definition, the Soviet regime was illegitimate in some fundamental level. We knew that there was no referendum. There was no will of the people whatsoever, and we actually knew that the gift of Crimea to Ukrainians was because Khrushchev was right-hand henchman of Stalin, and he was there was like lots of blood on his hand, specifically the blood of Ukrainians. And after the Stalin's
But again, as I mentioned,
let me just finish quickly, please.
My apologies. Your point is moot once again, because there was a ratification of the territorial integrity that was done after the fall of the Soviet Union.
And what I'm telling you,
prehistory. I mean, we can go back to, I don't know, Krishna, like the Kiev Rus, whatever you want.
But I don't
We can talk about the Polish.
I want to talk about the Polish invasion of this territory. How many current territories were under Poland? Whether the Poland has any claim to those territories. All of those things are irrelevant. There was a territory that was signed off as a territory of Ukraine, right? And there was a constitutional process that had to be fulfilled in order for the territory to have any sort of referendum. And claiming that there's any legitimacy to the region when you're voting under the gun, that's just kind of that's a bit insane. I mean, as much as I might disagree with Romsha on other points, I think I'm starting to lean towards his perception.
So, Andre, I all this time I lived in the United States, right? So I can judge mostly by the Western press, but I'm just saying, ironically, Western press, like they said that there may be some kind of pressure, but it's never been mentioned, like from the sources I read in the United States, that it was literally like quote unquote under gunpoint. Again, like I said, the Western media that I read was saying that yes, the numbers were inflated. It was not 97% for sure. It was low 80s if we adjust for any kind of pressure and presence and whatnot. But they said basically, yeah, the Western media was was unanimous in saying that it was not legitimate. So I agree with you, Andre. But they're saying that nevertheless the numbers were legitimate, and the whole thing was complicated because of that.
But is it illegitimate because of what press said, or is it because it's objectively?
No, it was illegitimate. It was illegitimate according to the laws. But again, then, what would you say? Okay, Andre, what would you say? Let me just finish with one question, and I'll shut up. Okay? Like, it's not. I'm not trying to be like, what about that type of person? But still, I cannot. If we want to be consistent in our moral views, like, I mean, what can you say about Clinton bombing the sovereign nation of Yugoslavia, splitting it in multiple states, and basically carving out Kosovo, which we know, all we know is that, you know, it's populated by Muslims, which do what Muslims do. They basically just, they want separation, they want a caliphate, they basically, persecute gays and women and whatnot. And that's exactly what we observe right now. And that's what we Americans spend our tax dollars and basically our political capital on doing this. And we have no problems with that whatsoever. I mean, what is talking about?
I can explain
I just really quick question. Does that justify, like, your kind of perception of what is going to happen justifies genocide of those people?
Genocide of Ukrainian war. I mean, again,
No. I'm talking about the Kosovo, because Serbians engaged in genocide.
No, I did not. That does not, absolutely not.
Okay, cool.
Well, first of all, NATO attacked Yugoslavia to stop the war. Would you prefer the bloodshed to continue to this day? I think not. And Russia invaded Ukraine to start the war. There was no war in Ukraine other than on Donbass, which was started by Russia as well.
Rumsha, we're specifically deciding, I thought at least that we're right now specifically discussing one political issue, which is...
Then why did you raise the Yugoslavia topic?
Because we're talking about the right of nations, if you follow the discussion, right of nations to self-determination. I'm just saying...
Yes, exactly. Let me explain this. Russian people have a state. So if they have a determination, they take the suitcase and go to Russia. They have a state.
That's not how
it works. They have a state. No, it is exactly how it's done after the annexation of Austria by Germany.
For God's sake, Rumsha, Russians lived in Crimea for 200 years.
Yeah, and because you said that Crimea was already Russian.
Romsha, sorry for a second, but okay, leave Crimea. What about the territories, what calls Donbass? Because do they have a right to
the conversation, and you have no idea.
Okay, Romsha, no, you talk a lot. Every time you talk a lot, okay? Just hold on for a second, because I sit here.
You said one sentence after you came to the room again.
You said one sentence after another sentence after another, and you will speak a lot today as well.
The speakers were Andre and Vadim. I was trying to say, and Andre asked me to stop, and I stopped. You are lying right now.
Okay, let's stop with the matter. Romsha, finish Sergey. You go after Romsha.
Yeah, thank you. I will ask Vadim a question. Vadim, could you tell me, please?
I will finish my point.
Sergey, let him.
You will finish from the bottom of your heart, Romsha, of course. Just one sentence from me, okay? And after I will listen to you. Yeah, and Soren is here also. That's a great speaker from the Middle East. Vadim, my question, how do you think, does people who live in these territories like Donbass, do they have a right to self-determine themselves, or no?
Sergey, I would like to think that I believe in the right of people to self-determination.
But everywhere, because there is a lot of Russians in Kazakhstan, in many other countries, all of them have the right of the self-determination in the land where they live, in different places around the world.
You know, I think, okay, so let me answer your question carefully. I think, in my view, the problem is this. If Ukraine, there's something that the Western media and Western world is very well aware of, which is, there was actual conflicts, actual persecutions, actual Russian language persecution, whatnot, on those territories. And I think I think
Really?
it's very important.
Do you have,
Let
do
me
you have
finish,
any
please.
documentation to support this?
Let me finish, please. Yes.
Do you have any documentation to support this? Yes or no?
I'm saying that Western propaganda, even
So careful. Well done.
Western propaganda, which is very much pro-Ukraine and anti-Russian, they have to admit there were some screw-ups.
There's no admission of that, and there's no
I'm saying
documentation of that.
if there was no such problems, I would say that this right to self-determination is totally illegitimate. Like you asked about Kosovo earlier, and I think, yes, you're right. Romsha, you're right. There was genocide. The situation warranted intervention and probably warranted this right to self-determination. I believe, in other words, in the right of self-determination when the differences are becoming so dramatic, it's so that it leads to direct violence. And I think this point, the two people have to think about whether or not they want to live under the same roof. Otherwise, if you just frivolously decide, oh, I wish just to create like a caliphate in the middle of Russia, and I call it Chechnya caliphate, whatever, that's still then justified. I mean, in other words, my answer is it depends, and I don't know. For me, it's a gray area. I mean, I know that there are some problems in these areas, and there are some grievances by the people, and I wish Ukraine behaved differently so that now Putin would not have those excuses. But unfortunately, I know some people from there, and so the facts are that there was there was resistance, there was violence, there was shelling by Ukrainian army of Donbass and Zaporizhia territories.
Stop spreading Putin propaganda.
I'm just saying, I know people from there, for God's sake. Oh my God.
I can find you a video. They were not shelling them. First of all, I can find you a lot of videos with Russian troops saying, let's shoot them and they will shoot back. And for example, Motorola, I can show you the video when he is walking the Donbass and shooting at the sleeping houses with machine guns, grenade launcher under the barrel. I don't remember the proper word for that. So, do you know how many people died on Donbass? It was shelling each other. How many people died from 2014 till 2020?
Okay.
22.
Let me just answer. Okay, let me answer this question.
No, I have not finished yet, and you are interrupting me again. The huge difference between the Crimea and Kosovo is that Kosovo, according to agreement, has no right to join Albania.
Okay, can I answer?
No, you can answer.
Sergio, to answer your question, I am not qualified to make this judgment because in general I think that there are some circumstances when the rights of nations to self-determination should be invoked. But I cannot tell exactly whether or not the situation in Zaporizhia and Donbass reached a critical point to warrant this decision. So I don't know. The answer is, in theory, it's possible. Whether or not it's justified in this particular case, I know there are different opinions. I don't have this opinion because I don't have sufficient information.
Thank you very much. It's fair. It's fair answer. Ramsha, can I ask you the one question?
Wait, I'll add something to Vadim. The whole point of a nation self-determination is getting its own national state, country. Like Kurds in Turkey, they want their own country. Russians have their own country. End of story. If you want to fulfill this determination, go to Russia. This is because next day they will say the Brighton Beach, which is full of Russians, should be Russian, should be join Russia. The whole point of self-determination of nation is getting a sovereign state. Russians get a sovereign state.
Kosovo people have the entire Middle East at their disposal, the entire Arab world, the entire Muslim world. Yours is not a valid argument. People have the right to want to live in their historical land. So again, I'm not arguing for or against Russia. I'm just saying that your whole argument does not stand really. You're saying, oh, they have Russia, let them get the hell out of Crimea. Well, for God's sake, their ancestors lived and died there for like 200 years. I mean,
but Vadim, there is a little bit another controversy because this situation was made synthetically because during the Soviet Union, after Holodomor, they just migrate some people to this land, to Donbass. Russian people were moved to this place synthetically, and that's it. It's not their ancestral land.
Since Vadim is interrupting me all the time, I forgot to say something. You mentioned that Crimea was given to Ukraine in undemocratic way, right? Did Ukraine join Soviet Union in a democratic way or any other former 15 republics? The Soviet Union was the Soviet Union created some kind of democratic way?
Romsha, actually, it's a very complicated question because Ukraine was under the protection of Russian Empire for hundreds of years, and the historians generally agree that the reason why Ukraine was not swallowed by Rech Pospolita, which is the historical name.
Do you speak English? I was not asking about historians. I was not asking about.
You're asking me to provide a clear kind of question. I'm just saying.
I asked a simple question. Did Ukraine become one of the Soviet republics in a democratic way? It's a simple question.
It was
yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Oh, shut up.
No. Now I said, if you keep interrupting me, I'll show how I can interrupt.
It was announced to be...
I want yes or no. Anything else is not an answer to my question.
Well,
yes or no?
You cannot force me to answer yes, no in the very ambiguous, very complex question.
Was Ukraine, your answer is about the things I didn't ask. I just want an answer to a question, did Ukraine join the Soviet Union?
Romsha, hold on for a second, because it's a really complicated question. It is not a yes or no question because it's a really complicated question. Because it was a part of revolution. It was a main intention.
Like a clear-cut yes/no guy. I mean, what the hell are you doing here, Romsha?
Yeah, okay, but Romsha, can I ask you one question, Romsha? Because I think that I see your weak place.
I'm not talking to you.
You don't want to answer my questions.
No, because when I answer the questions or I make speeches, you starting to talk about me, not about my arguments. You are starting to talk that I'm
I will talk about your arguments. I will talk about your arguments, my friend. Let me ask you just one question, okay?
Yes.
Do you?
Just for record, I'm not saying that I will answer it. You can ask it. You are free.
Okay, I'm a free person.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
That's a great conversation. Okay, Romsha, do you admit that some media outlets like BBC can distribute a propaganda? Could you tell?
He's pleading the fifth. Okay.
Yeah. It's a tough question for him.
If you want, I can answer your question while watching the dishes.
If you give him immunity from criminal prosecution, the Fifth Amendment will not protect him.
Vadim, I'm answering the question, right? Sergey, which propaganda are you talking about? Propaganda of CNN or American propaganda? We will cover
I get it.
the topic with Vadim.
I understand the distinguish, but my question specifically for you, because I understand your weakness, because you are a left-wing guy. That's why, of course, asked you a specific question. Could you
Yes,
tell me,
and
please?
I want to clarify that question. What propaganda are you talking about? Putin propaganda, American propaganda, West propaganda? Which propaganda are you asking
Okay,
this question
I can
about?
clarify. I can clarify. Okay, if it's okay, okay, BBC is funding by the government money, if you know it. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
That's why we can talk that it is. Sorry. Don't interrupt me, please. That's why we can talk that this is the British propaganda. Are you agree with me or no?
No. Sure. Wait. The Voice of America is financed by American government.
Yeah.
And according to the law, the American government cannot influence what is told in the Voice of America broadcast. I cannot answer your question about BBC because I do not the matter. But this is how it's done in America, and I'm pretty sure that the same law applies to the BBC. Because, first of all, there is no one unilateral ideology in BBC.
Okay.
One day, stop talking. I'm answering your question. You wanted me to answer a question. Let me do it. And there is no chance of propaganda because one day it's one political party controlling the government, and next day there is another political party. There is no one unilateral ideology in Great Britain, so there is no base for propaganda to be there.
Okay. But one more question, just in one little example. In 19th of October 23, after October 2nd, there was an attack on a hospital in Gaza that called like Ahli hospital attack, and there was a rocket that was firing launched from Gaza, from Islamic Jihad, and falling down inside Gaza on this hospital that was a Baptist hospital, and many media outlets inside the United States just publish the same articles that Israeli rocket attacked the hospital in Gaza at the same moment with the same articles, and it's like they manage from the one place. I don't know why. I ask you, how do you think why they do this at the same time with the same articles, and they already know that this is Israeli rocket launching from Israel, attacked the Gaza hospital, but it was absolutely incorrect. Also, they published that there were killed more than 500 people inside this hospital. It was also not true because after investigation, there were killed about maybe 5 or 7 people, not 500. It was total lie, but they published it from the beginning, from the first minute. I ask you this question: what they did in this moment, or why has it happened? Okay.
I hope you appreciate that I was not interrupting you. And we know each other how many? 6 years since 2019.
No. How starts?
Interrupt me.
You're from 21. I interrupt you when you.
It was a rhetorical question. Stop interrupting me. I specifically said the first sentence was about not interrupting you, and I.
Jesus Christ, I'm kind of getting sick of this bullshit. Okay, so just get to the point. Stop.
Yes. I'm getting to the point. So we know each other for many years, and you know that I never discuss anything as you are trying to do this by questioning somebody. If I want something to be said in this room, I say it myself, and it was not question you were talking about. It was a statement. You gave several explanations and so on, and you were trying to lead me to you know it after so many years talking to each other.
Get to the fucking point, Ramsha.
I said I will not answer the question.
I made a statement, and only after, I asked you the question based on this statement.
No.
And maybe have better control of your language, because the way you sounded, it was clearly a question, and everybody, I mean, at least me and Sergey understood it as a question. So please make an effort to be more clear in your speech, and then probably you will not be interrupted, dear prima donna Ramsha.
First of all, I'm not obliged to answer any questions, right?
Okay, let's get back to the topic. What's up, Michael? What do you think about the topic?
I'm not clear exactly where you're trying to go with the conversation. About the propaganda? Like, you're asking who controls it?
No, there was like a sort of like a side topic where we're just talking about the United States involvement in the Ukrainian war efforts and how extensive the support should be. Should it be indefinite? Should it be until a certain point? Should there be a cutoff? What are the consequences of it?
Well, I'll tell you, it's kind of, I'll say a couple things. One, as a general critic, right, like just standing on the sidelines as a New Yorker, looking at American politics and world events, I was very critical of Donald Trump's treatment of Zelensky. I had no problem with him, like, insulting the man. That's fine. World leaders, they can deal with things however. I had a huge problem with them televising it. I just felt like it was amateur hour. Like, even if you want to yell at the guy, why reveal that to literally the entire world? Like, look, all of Europe quickly got together to give him extra funding, right? So, like, did that weaken Trump's bargaining position then? Part of the problem with acting like a toddler. Whatever. Regardless. Aside from that, I'm going to step that aside. It is interesting to note and see the world reacting around the crazy man. Right? Europe, to some degree, maybe Trump lost the bargaining position. Maybe it was a gambit. Maybe he's lost America's say as to how the war is managed, and maybe those mineral rights now go to Europe. Who knows? But maybe not. Little chaos does have a way to push things along. And we should all be honest that this war has been mired. It's been years. The complaints are still there. We don't have a settlement, and people are dying. Little chaos, not the craziest thing to do, even though it is, by definition, crazy.
Well, I want to ask a question, Sergey, about Israel. After the...
Russia, we're not talking about Israel right now. Maybe
well, actually, I was gonna pull it back around to Israel a little bit.
He can do this. He can do that.
Yeah, no. Let me finish. All right. In terms of the propaganda, right, we were referencing the BBC as to how that is a representation of the British people, by which we mean what they have agreed by law and custom to be the unified voice of the British people under literally the crown of the king, right? So they have that. That is the official voice of Britain. America is a different animal. It's not Germany, it's not France, it's not Spain, it's not Chile, it's not Brazil. It's the federation of the 50 anglicized states of the Americas. And to some degree, they are the masters of propaganda. Some people say it was the Nazis. I say they're wrong. I think that Freud was a big deal, but the real masters in the end became Wall Street. Not Wall Street, really was more Madison Avenue. Like all the Freudian guys, they went marketing. And they are the masters of brainwashing. Plus, we've got Hollywood. Plus, we had a vested interest in communicating across the ocean to our ancestors, relatives, and the other people that spoke English. There was a natural pull for humanity and America to develop this media monster, but we are not Britain. Right? We don't have a unified voice. We kind of proudly don't, because this was entrepreneurial and wild in its inception. So we have codified rights for immigrant populations to have private newspapers. That was one of the early problems with communists.
every time we would bring in these immigrants from some struggling nation, they would have a newspaper that they would publish in their own language to communicate with the other people in America that spoke that language. And there were always private clubs. All of America, right? People come here, they learn English. They don't lose their language. They don't lose their culture. They find those people. They join them. And they start publishing and creating public interest groups and growing politically. Because in America, you're able to rise up this way. Whereas in the old world, it's simply the people you know. They know everyone on that continent, and they're certain whether or not you should have power. Right? America's different. And our media also functions that way. It is a Wild West. It is a laboratory of ideology. Right? The marketplace of ideas is what we call it.
Which ideology? Tell me. Which ideology they transmit?
Okay, exactly. That's what I'm trying to stop you on. Because I could tell you thought that there was a unified American ideology. And to some degree, you're right. There is an American like.
I didn't say.
Okay, I know you didn't say it. Relax. I'm in the middle of what I'm saying. You interrupted me. Right? Okay. America has they have a lot of different voices, but they publish all of them. The American approach is to give voice to everyone because A, we invented the technology for people to communicate, right? Right? Newspapers, free speech, that wasn't allowed in the other places. You couldn't say what the government said not. We were the ones that said, I don't care if you say I can't print it. I know how printers work. So this is America, and we're very proud to publish everything. We are very careful what we say.
Sorry, it's impossible. Could you lend this your point because it's impossible.
All right, I'm sorry. When it comes to the question as to how the American media was led so quickly to believe that the hospital was struck by Israel, to some degree the answer is capitalism. They were pushing to get the best answer out quickly to compete against the other publishers. So they get inaccuracy in a different way from the BBC. The BBC might decide and massage what their message is and publish it out there, but in capitalism, we compete. And that means that, especially in war, you get what's called the fog of war, where misinformation is freely transmitted. And the truth is, the big problem is, the reason why everyone fell for it and rolled with it, is we haven't had good war correspondence. Not like back in the day when like everyone cared and it mattered, Vietnam, World War I, World War II. We're a little out of practice, and it really is an experiential thing. People need to get into it and know when to be like, okay, who are the players? Where do we trust people? Where do we mistrust people? And that takes time. And like you said, it was even in 23. It was before the end of the first few months of the war. And there was a lot of confusion. And reporting was coming out, and the Palestinians were quick and numerous in calling out whatever it is they were told to say had happened. So you get 2 billion, like at a certain point, the reporting, if I'm reporting on news, it's not really a question as to what happened in reality. News is what people are talking about. If 2 billion Muslims all say Israel struck a hospital with a missile, regardless of the truth, you report that. And I hope that helps.
I agree, Sergey. I would give the same answer to your question, but that is totally right. Andre, I would like to. You are making such a good points about the Russian claims regarding the Crimea. Can we get back to that? You were asking if Vladimir.
But you wanted to ask me a question about Israel. Go ahead first.
Okay. It's a very simple and short question, and it's related to Ukraine. After the 7th of October, United States sent, if I am correct, 2 aircraft carriers, right? Am I correct? It's the first part of question. They sent 2 авианосца, блин.
Yes.
Aircraft carriers.
That's true. They repositioned them.
Sergey, am I correct?
There was on the sea, yeah. Yeah.
How many minerals Israel gave to United States for that help?
That wasn't help because they didn't use it. It the first, and also Biden.
Okay.
Biden, withdraw
I'm satisfied.
two USS from the Black Sea before Russian invasion. That is the answer for your question.
I see. I'm satisfied.
Israel pays for its support.
Israel pay a lot, but okay, this is the fake what we are talking about now, because as I understand, the deal for the previous things were not the in a part of on a table. The part of the deal.
Let me, it's just...
Ты что несешь?
Я свое, let me speak from myself, повторяю.
Как клоун ведешь.
Ну, я повторяю твои действия.
Okay, it wasn't part of the table, okay? It wasn't part of this deal. That's okay for you?
So you were mocking my English and I cannot mock you?
Okay, you can do this. But, Romsho, answer me please. Answer me please.
Yes.
Now you bring to this conversation just a fake. It wasn't part of this deal. The fake that they propose to make the part of the deal to pay for the previous what they sent to Ukraine, okay? For the previous deals. It was a fake. We didn't see it. Now, when these articles come to, I can send you a couple of articles, and you can see.
So
just to clarify what you're talking about, are you talking about the mineral deals with Ukraine during the Biden administration?
Yes. No, I was talking about that Trump demanded Ukraine to give United States $100 billion worth of minerals, and I was trying to find out if it applies to everybody, every country which United States help.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary to apply to every country the United States helps. The United States, first and foremost, is going to pursue its national interests. So if there is a country which could, repay the United States not in the strategic positioning or in some other way in the diplomatic support, or could do it with natural resources, then I would expect the United States to exploit that possibility because it's pursuing its own interests, rightfully so.
And exactly what interest is that?
It is a fake.
So right.
Right now, I mean, what's the point? I mean, this is.
I mean, we're talking about Ukraine. We're talking about the Ukraine deal with the mineral resources. So the way I understand it, yes, the United States' primary target at the moment is China. It's engaged in a tariff war with China. One of the advantages that China might have over the United States is those specific type of resources that are on the table in the agreement with Ukraine. So it's graphite, lithium, beryllium, uranium. There's a couple other ones that carry very high strategic importance for the United States. And so it was a very natural move for the United States to, create some sort of deal that will allow them access to those resources and which will support them in their tariff war against China.
You must understand that he's talking about the $500 billion. That was a fake. That America just asked Ukraine to pay for the previous bills. It was a fake. $500 billion. It was a fake, and Rome should just bring the fakes to our conversation.
Oh, interesting. Can you post it, because I'm completely unaware of this. Would you please post something in the chat?
What is a fake? What are you talking about?
You're talking about the previous bills that Trump asked Ukraine to pay via all of these resources for the previous bills. That's it. It was a fake. If you can provide the link, we can read.
And what is the amount of the current mineral agreement?
Why are you asking about amount? It is a concession. It is a concession agreement. There is no amount. Amount was a fake. That's what I asked you.
Of course it's estimate because those resources are not really how it's called much is there. But do you really need to say something like that while I'm talking?
Бля, как ты заебал на форум реагировать, какой-то, блядь, дурак.
Here are permanent
Sergey,
Okay, guys, this is an English speaking. Let's not do this.
I can
Sergey, just say more.
to you, Sergey.
He just react every time on the rhetoric. He not react on the
It's fine.
facts or.
It's fine.
I'm
You just
asking
need to take this
politely
one.
not to do it because it does not help me to talk. I'm asking politely. I'm not.
Don't try to teach me, Romsha. I'm not your wife. Okay?
I'm not.
Try to listen.
Let me repeat the question. I asked, do you have to say it? You can say it without switching on the mic.
Can you prove your fake?
Answer my question, please.
Prove your fake
Do
first.
you have to?
You bring fake first. Then I ask you the question, and after I will accept your question.
Okay, so Sergey, the claim is that Trump asked for payback of a large sum of money through resources. I mean, I'm just not quite getting what you guys have been talking about it, and that's why I'm asking, like, either of you to provide a link to anything that discusses this issue. So I have to know what you're talking about.
First of all, Trump claimed that Ukraine received $350 billion worth of help, which was a lie. The amount that United States, it was 120, and Ukraine even did not get the money. Actually, the money went to American military-industrial complex because United States supplied to Ukraine the weapons, which mostly excluding like HIMARS or whatever, the old weapons, and after supplying it from the American stocks, they placed the orders for building new ones. So actually they were paying to themselves.
Okay, so just to clarify what actually happened. You're right. From what I understand, the United States gave, I mean, there are different numbers that I saw circulating, anywhere from like 120 to 178 billion dollars in terms of aid, both physical and monetary. And portion of that money, for sure, did actually go to the United States contractors. And you're correct saying that, that there was sort of exchange, meaning the not outdated, but like the previous generation of the United States weaponry was sent to Ukraine, while they were able to restock their own stockpiles with newer weapons. So you're basically killing two birds with the same stone. You're providing, the needed military aid to Ukraine, and allows them to, hold off against Russia, and at the same time you're updating on stockpile. Okay, so what's the problem?
The problem is that while those supplies, agreements to supply all those equipment and weapons were signed, there were no question of paying for it, like with minerals and anything else. Some grants, as Trump said, we gave just money and Europa is going to get paid back, which was not true. And he said the amount of all those help was about $350 billion, and now we have to have Ukrainian minerals. First of all, you don't talk to a fighting country like that. It's just obnoxious. And Trump himself is a draft dodger, and he was talking to a president of the country which is waging war for 3 years. He was talking to him like some kind of kid. and everybody is outraged right now by the behavior of Trump and his Vice President Vance.
Not everybody, I mean.
How it sounds?
Well,
Tell us how it sounds,
well, in this case, Vadim, I feel sorry for you because remembering the Second World War and United States helping Soviet Union, which actually was an enemy of United States, and nobody ever talked to a president of a country which is under attack, which is trying to defend itself in such a derogatory way. It's a disgrace. They were, it felt like Zelensky was not talking to Trump. It was like he was talking to Putin. And if you imagine this situation like Zelensky was talking to Putin, exactly the words. You have no cards. Give up. Capitulate.
Did you see the conversation? Did you see this conversation?
Yes, darling. I saw it.
Oh, I'm not your darling. No, and you are not darling for me.
Okay.
You're like Vadim said, you're a prima donna in this room.
Yes.
I can play this video first 2 minutes. Not first 2 minutes.
No.
But when these all three people in the camera, J.D. Vance, Trump, and Zelensky, and I can just start play these 2 minutes. We are understanding how it happened. Okay. Just one.
Okay, so it's true that the agreement between there's no agreement that requires Ukraine to repay the U.S. military aid, but the form in which the aid is given to Ukraine are grants, and there's no obligation to pay those things. From what I understand, this is an interesting fact.
Did you know from Trading Places, Eddie Murphy stated that the making of the middle pillar. Buns roast. Technically, just like this room, you're fucking Zelensky. I'm Trump and Vance. I'm here to make fun of you, to make sure that you're angry, to make sure that you're a loser, can't control his emotions, to make sure you have pain in your left testicle, pain in your right shoulder, to know that you are not in control. This is not an Islamic court, Rabbi. You don't stand a fucking
in the most diplomatic manner.
right.
There is on one mentioned that Zelensky was also necessarily interruptive and agitated. To me personally, the moment where I felt that everything went south was completely unprovoked, unforced error on the part. He, for no apparent reason, brings Europe into the conversation of how much Europe has helped Ukraine, which seems to set off that whole
certainly there is a consent
avalanche from J.D. Vance.
Well,
Trump is actually seems to attempt to somehow mediate the tension on the room, but then he joins in and when it becomes a complete quagmire because Zelensky is apparently keeps pushing. To me, my general view of this whole situation is it's a complete failure of Ukrainian foreign diplomacy. I think the people who are responsible and advising Zelensky all need to be fired immediately. He needs to completely get new recruits who have actually experience in dealing with foreign leaders. I mean, I think there are plenty of people on the ground in Ukrainian embassies who've been there for a while who know what's going on. I think the people who are advising him from from offices in Ukraine just have very little knowledge or understanding of what's actually going on and how to navigate.
Zelensky needs to fire himself, you loser.
He's not very experienced, so I claim incompetence on his part and lack of ability to hold his emotions in bay, which is also to a certain extent understandable because he is a wartime president and he is under a lot of stress. The thing that seems to me very kind of apt to my perception of complete incompetence on the part of Zelensky is also that he walks into those blunders repeatedly, and it's the same flavor of blunders. I mean, he in the
That was nice. You're welcome. Yeah. I feel that. Me too. I listened to Shade like in a period like I had a phase of my.
Where maybe at?
I don't know.
I would say that that's a hormone problem. Why did you say that?
No, that can't be true because you just described women.
Like I said,
No, but look at how we fucking up the planet. That's why this shit is happening. Like,
well,
you understand what we put in the fucking.
And we don't even have to bring in science.
Between you and your fart boy Tim, okay?
You see how it is, Chili?
You
No,
can have
Chili.
Solomon.
I'm doing the same thing.
Solomon. You can have your fart.
And the result of the pig wars, Heron Island became part of the U.S. just south of Vancouver. And both countries sent their full military force at a huge standoff on San Juan. And at the time, there was one farmer and a bunch of pigs, and no one else lived there. I think that Dave is reliving the history of his country to be, America and its few.
It will be the first your time that you will listen it, from the beginning to the end.
I was speaking. Don't interrupt me.
No, 2 minutes.
Okay,
No,
you're
you
really
need.
just to put everything in perspective.
Yeah, you need
I
to be
think
educated.
I think
You
you
need to be
That's
how it starts.
Sergey, is it from the meeting?
Yeah. It's from the middle. Yeah.
For 4 years, the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing. Can I ask you?
That was the first part. Do you have a question to J.D. Vance
The first
to this speech?
probably was a question about clauses, as far as I remember.
And the close, it was the journalist. It wasn't
Yeah,
J.D.
yeah.
Vance or Trump.
Yeah,
But why do you bring it to this conversation?
I'll let you broadcast
Would you let
what
me?
you wanted.
Would you let me?
Interrupt.
It is the conversation
Let me
between the three
answer
people.
your question. Let me answer your question. Stop talking, please.
Okay.
Asking politely.
Asking? What you asking?
Let me answer your question.
Please.
Do you understand English?
Yes, from your heart.
Let me speak from my heart.
Okay, stop this.
Okay, I will stop answering Sergey question. I don't
Since
like
I'm a kid,
this
there's certain people I meet with
conversation.
Yeah, I got it.
I have
I
only know scenario where I've heard. I've never heard your show. I had to ask you, are you joking?
somehow I knew you were like in your fitness, and everyone out there seems to be aware of this, and you're out of the room. Even Danielle seems like she did a little workout it today. But there's some people very, very excited about God, the guy who come down here to be on the show. Well, you're an interesting guy. People are concerned for you. Forever.
I said it in the first place. This is what will be the end of conversation now.
Someday I'll see you again.
Okay, because
Maybe not in this time.
You can't
Maybe not in this world.
Because
But I know that one day,
show you
in another place.
But you tell me that some journalist from another side, he just asked a question about clothes, but
Of course, I cannot answer the question because after the first two words you start to interrupt me and you do not let me answer the questions. How can I answer if you keep interrupting me? And I will not do it again. And you did just the same thing right now by interrupting my speech.
Okay.
And you can complain that I do not answer. Fuck you.
Долбоёб, какой-то, блин, мелкий долбоёб.
Шаги, окей, stop.
Типичный рыбак. Okay, let's see what Zelensky, because we saw here the speech of J.D. Vance. It's absolutely standard, absolutely quiet. Okay, and what was the answer?
Well, the thing is, like, what it seems to me, like, where I see the failure of the Ukrainian diplomacy is that Americans are going to play their internal politics. They're going to have their own little, games. Trump is going to come out and say that Biden is complete crap, like he's wonderful, and J.D. Vance is going to, kiss up to Trump. And he's in a very interesting position as well because, J.D. Vance used to be never Trumper, now he has to show his loyalty every moment that he gets. And there is already tension between Zelensky and J.D. Vance because of, like some fiery words that they exchanged prior, like his position in Ukraine and Zelensky calling him a radical, all those things. So it would, in my opinion, it would have been very wise to stay as far away from any kind of conflict in this situation and not agitating it more so because it could potentially result in a very, bad position for your country because you're a representative of the country, not just simply, your own persona, your own image as at stake. And so this is where I think Zelensky failed to read the room and to act accordingly.
I agree completely. I would add to that, I think that the first part was pretty civil, and then I guess basically the genre was such as that when you basically make a photo op with the journalists, this is clearly not the place where you start debating or arguing. I mean, even if Zelensky heard something that he already knew would be a big trouble in their negotiation when, Vance mentioned that, they want peace, they want a deal and whatnot, they're going to sign, this deal on the rare earth minerals without any security guarantees. So Zelensky knew, and rightly so, that there will be a problem because the security guarantees were not explicitly mentioned to the press. But again, they could discuss that thing behind the closed doors, and they should have. And it does mean that whatever whatever Vance tells the press is not cast in stone. So Zelensky still had a room.
You're asking what's the direct, like, what do you guys go with? You're only like words. They got
facts and intelligence.
Intelligence is a common one, yeah.
Sarcasm.
So going to sarcasm. You know what? They got to hear in Clubhouse a child's voice and also the last thing the person said, from the first voice to the last. Wait, someone who talks a lot, the first voice to the last? I don't think that's a good strategy. Here on Clubhouse heard a little child speak, right? So them saying their first word.
Can you remove douchebag from the room?
Can you say that again, Elena? Are you saying
Yeah, you can smile. Yeah, smile.
you're a subscriber, be sure to hit that like button. Maybe share the room on X for me. Thank you very little.
How's that going?
It's pretty good. I lost half my net worth in 2 weeks. It's pretty interesting. I never thought I'd lose so much money. And without making a decision, I lost a lot of money. But at the same time, China's currency and our currency is still 1 to 5. So I feel like America is trying to play us like Ukraine was played by Russia. So it's kind of But anyways, I bought a bunch of shit before America's borders kind of closed. I failed a bunch of buys on machining stuff. They just didn't cross the border. They went back. So I got 6 things. I got a couple printers, a CNC milling machine. I'm just gonna make stuff in Canada. Actually, the plan is to make stuff remotely, with robots, not with me doing anything.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Man, it's scary to stop going in front of
He's on the stand answering our questions.
This is why the women attack me, bro. Aren't you a bot? You're supposed to weird man. On mute. Ain't gotta do shit. It's not mod abuse. I haven't touched you. And also, because you're just a noise troll. If I touch you, it's because you're a noise troll. You see how you don't do. You're another one. All you fucking do is sing by your fucking self in your mic because you're weird. Because you're weird. Yeah, you can shut the fuck up. Go on mute as well. Also, you too. Yeah, whatever I want to play, I'm gonna play that. Yeah, you're fucking weird. On mute. And stupid. No, he's just retarded. But now that we know you're retarded, maybe he's also on the retarded.
Spells evil.
Ableist, Charlie. Don't be ableist.
And that is the Japanese way of pronouncing the Chinese word cow. And this in turn is the Chinese way of pronouncing an Indian Sanskrit word, yan.
This channel has been ongoing for 45 minutes.
And yana. This is why the women are picking on you, bro.
Now it'd be over. I mean, it's acknowledged that it's weird, but that's cool
Another
too.
word for it would be
Tim, all right, bro. All right, we get it.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna let the women dunk on your forehead.
he's not on anyone's side. He's a fucking noise troll. He just wants to organize by himself into the night.
I'm not saying that. You just yapping, bro.
And so you might say this is an
So I
experience
had to.
of the boy.
Yeah. So I had to go back and look at the early 2000s version
What this is,
of
and the funny thing is it really can't be
Agent
explained because it has to be felt.
How we do
Because
kids.
it's a
In my
transformation of
mind,
one's basic feeling.
it was strange at the time. I couldn't tell if she was like a willing
Remember this
participant.
point, it's important. This is not saying that thinking
And he
is
certainly didn't seem to
like
push her away.
It's a
So
highly
you wanted to say something,
acquisition.
is now an appropriate time to make a argument
No real
instead.
value to us.
Okay.
We all say we practice on things.
unless we can have our minds silent and make immediate contact with the real world.
No. So in the early 2000s, I think she was a presenter at, I want to say the Oscars, and he went up to the stage to receive his award and grabbed her and kissed her, along with taking the award. And in this context, 20 some odd years later, he's on the red carpet and she walks up to him and she kisses him. I don't know what was the media around the kiss at that time? Because
Aren't you old enough to remember that?
I don't know. Like, say, bring me your father, but by the way that you wear your turban, I wouldn't like your father.
Because I think there's a level of pride.
Should have done Monsters Ball.
And,
Nothing like Catwoman Halle Berry.
Damn.
Who said shut the fuck up?
This is Queen.
Nobody said
This is Queen Bibi Martelli.
But as much of a fan as I am of her, I really don't remember that shit happening.
Queen Bibi Month, not
Okay, I'll post because I had to search, because I was like, wasn't it weird when it happened before? But I don't know. I'd have to. Here, this is the.
Really
You're gonna be inadequate, and stupid people you're gonna get too much.
Okay, so that.
Did you watch The Brutalist? Tila.
Probably not. So the version there's a.
Big Bud, Sesame, Big Green Energy, Big Bud, Sesame, Big Green Energy,
I can bring up a topic.
Big Bud, Sesame.
So someone put something in the chat, and I just about a kiss from Halle Berry.
Yeah, this was it was a man. Hold on. It was a man who brought up this topic just so we're clear.
Yeah, you don't have to make fart noises. A man did it.
Can you pick up the wrong Are you going to be intimate or right? Can you pick up the wrong
Just fucking justify.
Science fiction. And I gotta tell you,
starts with a 2, 3, 4, 4. This is actually the thing.
I was gonna say, you know, I know her bring me up since Big, who is also a North Carolina page, and I didn't know it was fun.
I had a really interesting topic for it. We're gonna leave you off.
I'm literally telling you, I'm saying and niggas are calling me a troll. Crazy. That's what I'm saying. To tell people,
Doesn't have a result. It's what you do.
Now, I assume this is fun because this is what people accuse me of killing. This right here. When people call me the fun police, this is the fun that they speak of. So, I don't want to kill the fun. So just do this.
No, the thing is, even if it doesn't know, doesn't mean that there are people out there.
Intelligible. You can barely be heard, bro. Get closer to the mic.
How about now?
You're good.
Isn't it better if everything
Damn.
benefits
I want to hear sort of
conspiracy
theory.
You're good. You talk at that volume. You're good. We said how
Well,
about now?
you know, I've been accused of trying to control everything by, you know, trying to make sure that people are heard. So, I don't want to control everything. So I guess we all have to fight through it.
You rather present yourself somewhere where you don't belong, where you could do more damage than
What
rather go
is this woman
somewhere
talking about?
where
She's a hairy four-armed.
Well, she is a woman speaking, and I expect fart noises any minute.
more sustainable.
Oh yeah, that's true. Expect the fart noises.
I mean,
Knowledge could step up and moderate, but busy with his
The will of knowledge presupposes that chaos is best.
Solomon could be
They
moderated.
like chaos.
Why are you doing that, Joey? Why are you doing that?
Why are you
Joey,
doing
why are you
that?
doing that?
Nah, let's
Good
fight
job,
time for the
good job.
king.
Joey, you know I've been voted the best mod.
His origin
I've
is
been voted best mod. No,
yeah, I would dispute that.
Huey, nigga.
You know I've been voted best mod. You know that.
Nigga, that's Huey, nigga.
Plenty of times.
Did anybody see the Captain America movie?
Nigga, everybody would get mad.
BBL series.
We're talking movies right now, man. We're talking Predator.
yeah, we're having fun talking about movies all at once.
Jerry, don't tell me what to do.
It's like a little symphony. I love it. I wouldn't want to kill the fuck.
Nah, don't tell me what to do.
Let's give Cindy 2 minutes to lay out her conspiracy theory.
Nah.
Go on mute, nigga. It'll probably be as good as a movie. Let's
Go on
give
mute.
it. Go ahead. Lay out your conspiracy.
Wow, someone wants to talk. Now's a great time for me to laugh off mute for no fucking reason.
Tyler, damn, I can smell your shit breath from here.
PTR that do-rag again, friend.
I'm sorry, Cindy.
PTR that do-rag again.
Face for you, but your fellow women won't stop.
I know. Vegas really woman right now. He's really white womaning up.
But then also in America, nobody deserves more than you. And the thing is,
Yeah, go on mute, Cindy. Go on.
but also you cannot afford not to.
Go ahead, Cindy. We already. Just let us know if you change your mind, because we do want to hear.
No, it was just mostly regarding the
There'll be the actions and the ministers.
Please, BB, you gotta tell
The thing
me.
is, that
You
is
have to tell.
Russian
Or you're gonna get moved
my
out.
country can take that.
BB, you gotta tell, or I'm going to move you down.
Just know that if you move her down, you should also move big, if that's the case. Equity!
Big is not called
Just be careful, because you're racist. I'll put it on Instagram.
Hold on, Tim. Let her speak.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sid.
Never mind. To those who follow me on Instagram, please go like my photos from my last photo shoot. I would appreciate it, and I will be putting my modeling page up in my bio for those who want to enjoy more of my beautiful artwork.
Are you fucking serious?
Red flag. See what happens, Solomon? You
Are you
give women the
fucking
fucking playing field. They talking about Instagram, Snapchats, and all this bullshit. See what happens, bro? Man.
And if you guys direct yourself to the bottom of the screen, you will see Vig, who wishes he could suck the fart out of my ass.
This is so fun. I love
Why
this.
is that? Why are you imagining that? Yo, Sophie.
This is what the people want, and that's why I listen to people.
No, this is what I want.
You don't
Delivering it to be honest.
That's how they even be imagining me in their head. They want me on their ass.
So funny, so fun.
Yeah, babe, you be
But it's only okay because it's right.
Especially women on this stage right now be fantasizing.
It's not right.
Let's see, who's this?
Disgusting.
They be fantasizing about real life.
Sorry. I slipped. I mean, fun. Love it.
They would never admit it openly.
You know that's all you.
Yeah, I don't think they was there for the conversation earlier.
You said what?
But then also, what are we talking
And
about?
we had a conversation about how certain women in the room felt like men in the room sexually harassing.
Nigga, I don't
think men are sexually like
ass.
Wait.
Maybe you're like,
They didn't give particular names, but they said it was the men in the room.
You know,
includes pygmies are also women, so I suspect that there'll probably be at least one woman who will get said, "That's bullshit." Are any women present? Do you want to be sexually harassed? Do you like it? Do you like it? Want to fight for this? Want to fight for this to be part of it?
I've never been sexually harassed, but I hate all the talk about women as if they're objects. Like, oh, these bitches and these hoes and
Whores.
sluts and these
Nappy-headed whores. Yeah, that's what your mom is doing.
It's not a conversation. Go tell yourself. Go tell your bros. Go cry with each other.
No, we don't tell them on the stage.
They don't make time about objectification when they see a nigga abs. Ooh, they see a nigga chest.
No one objectified you. We all make fun of you, actually. That's what I mean. Make fun of you.
Niggas start seeing his fucking forearms and the fucking
But the funny thing about King is like he's super polite.
So not mad. You know nobody ain't never said that shit about you.
You mad cause I done look more to you, bro. You know
That's God.
That's a bird chest. He got a bird.
Shut up, big bro. I mean, you know what be happening, man. You know, bro. You know what be going on, bro. You know. So.
The thing I've noticed, Chili's, is most of the men who talk like that, they tend to be single, so I think it becomes so frustrating.
Man, shout out to the families out there. Shout out to the platonic, or excuse me, the nuclear family. Shout out to the nuclear family. Shout out to, you know, two people working it out and, you know, kind of growing with each other and raising children with one another and buying houses.
What are you talking about,
I'm talking about parents, man. I just, you know what I'm saying? I want to speak some positivity.
What they call trauma dumping?
You talking about co-parenting?
No, I'm talking about, you know,
He's talking about the co-parenting of all 47 of his children with all 13 baby mamas.
Right, and that's
Damn, you got 13 baby mamas?
Allegedly, according to this one, I do.
Allegedly, he makes all of his child.
Bafangu. Wasted time talking about nothing.
Yeah. No. Why not?
We have some. You weren't even aware because you're crunk. You don't have work in the morning. I know you're living off food.
Yeah, you're still sucking my left thumb, making the right one jealous and being completely wrong. Like, you want to gobble my fucking balls and, like, you know, let me fucking, like, you know, teabag your dad. I'll shoot your mom in the face. How about that?
Oh, you can shoot like you say that in my face, bitch. You can because I know for the fact that you are a coward. That's what you are. You couldn't really do shit. Give me bread on my face. If you cannot, then like you just shut the fuck up. I just proved your hypocrisy. You said that you would die for the Christians in that land, and when I asked you about Palestinian Christians, you literally changed the topic because you know the deep.
There's no such thing as a Palestinian Christian that I know of.
Oh, because you don't know shit. That's the thing.
Dude, the only Palestinian Christians I know of are the hostages.
Oh, they're not even Christians to begin with, dumbass. And here's the funny thing.
Hamas is not Christian. The Christians are terrorists. If they're portraying to be Palestinian.
Palestinian Christians. And you know where the Palestinian Christians are?
Dude, I know how to look at people's hands. Why do you think I don't like going to fucking Walmart anymore?
I completely get it. That you're an uneducated bastard. That's why you were actually went to Iraq because you didn't have anything here. You're a 50-year-old. You never got married because nobody really wants you to be with them. I'm pretty sure you don't have children, and that's exactly what you are, a fucking loser. A loser.
Well, imagine this guy.
Because I'm from the area.
I didn't say why exactly back what I just said.
I'm not going to say that because I know what you're saying. Now you're trying to work
Well, no, I'm not even. I'm not saying anything. I want you. I want you to say what you think I said.
Let me tell you this. I know you're a piece of shit, alright? I'm not going to bother, I'm not going to like any report a police complaint or anything. I'm not one of those people, don't worry. But yeah, if you try to threaten me, just try to do that once again.
Dude, I live in America. You can suck a dick. I have freedom of speech. I didn't fucking tell you I was gonna kill you. I probably told you I'd teabag your dad and shoot your mom. It's a fucking, it's a Call of Duty reference. If you're not recognizing that, you're fucking stupid as fuck. Be sensitive and an asshole. Suck a dick. Go somewhere and die on an island.
I know you're looking at your mom's face, but I mean, I understand that. I feel bad for her. I mean, may she always be happy that, like, I mean,
I was a millionaire before I joined the army.
You're a millionaire. Bullshit. I mean, dude, you literally went to Iraq because you could not find a job. Nobody would even hire you in Blockbuster. I know that. Come on, stop lying. You were never a millionaire. You're literally a broke ass bitch right now on Monday. Actually, yeah, now it's on Monday morning. You're drunk. You don't have shit to do in the morning. And now, please, don't go in the morning.
Yeah, but why am I always so drunk? How much does it take to be able to afford to be able to be?
Yeah, because I mean, apparently, like, yeah, people on food stamps like you, they're great at food fraud. I completely understand.
Oh, I've never been on food stamps ever in my life.
You are. Don't worry. Yeah, I know that's what you are. Honor, I mean, you.
Oh, that's a lie.
All like, I mean, you rent state assholes. They're all food stamps, alright?
The only time I was on Social Security was when my dad died, and when I was 17 until I turned 18.
And then
they gave me like $700 a month.
What happened is you really didn't know what to do with your life, right? You went to Iraq, South Africa, you just kill people. And when you went there, we kill women and children. After that, you came back and you had PTSD. But guess what? The government would not pay for your PTSD, so you started becoming alcoholic. Am I very close to the truth? Or am I not? And if I am close to the truth,
you're 100% on the mark.
Okay, I'm on the mark, alright? Then, like, I mean, if I'm on the mark, maybe go get therapy instead of telling what Palestinian people should do, because
I go to therapy twice a month, man.
And keep continue doing that. Till then, don't.
Why are you telling me what I should do, bro?
The fuck, man. Shut the fuck up.
Alright, can you pass tomorrow for those? Man, I don't like to be asked, especially someone who's suffering from PTSD. But the fact that, like, when you started saying that, okay, you would do things for Palestinian Christians and then, like, start blaming the people there, oh, why are they not being accepted? That really triggered me, all of it. I'll be very honest. Because at the end of the day, there are people, there are women, there are children, 13,000 of them are women and children who died, who were murdered by Israel, and on purpose. Right now, they're literally subjugating Christians in West Bank, not even
Reloaded.
And if you do not know about them, maybe you search a little bit. Palestinian Christians are the oldest Christian community in the world. Literally the oldest. They're literally one of the first Christians that
Palestina didn't start until 131 AD. Shut the fuck up. It was invented by Rome from the emperor. Shut the fuck up, you lying ass bitch.
Listen. 131 AD still makes them one of the oldest communities, even if I go by that. Even though the Philistine is still mentioned about almost 3,000 years back.
Philistia! Like, you had an Inya at the end because you were a bunch of bitches.
So, like, our names don't really evolve.
The Philistines have nothing to do with the Palestinians.
No.
They're literally two different people. If you know that.
Well, I mean, I know the Philistines and, Jesus
Jesus flipping tables and shit. But like the thing is, people sold out, you know, through the faith, through the Roman government, you know, and that's kind of ultimately what ended up being the demise of Jesus, was that sellout.
Seen a 19th century Bible? Have you ever seen a 19th century Bible, 18th century Bible? Have you ever seen that?
You are referring to the Philistines, but the Philistines are not the Palestines.
Well, the Philistines were the ones that agreed after Jesus died that 100 years later that, you know, they were going to agree with the Romans that were controlling the region at the time to rename the region into Palestina. And Palestine. Yeah, but its original name was Palestina.
Just to fuck with the Jews. They called it after the Philistines, a folk that did not align with the Jews. That's why the Romans called the land Palestine. And Palestine.
I'm not as dumb as I look, girl.
Philistine has not the folk Philistine has nothing to do with you. You don't even speak the same language as them. You're all Arabs. Arabs.
Why are you being anti-Semitic right now?
Listen, Fatima, at the end of the day, do you want to call them Philistine, Palestine, or any other name? At the end of the day, the people, those people who call themselves Palestinians today, they've been indigenous to that land for 3,500 years. That's the reality of it. Okay, if you want to deny history,
Referring to the Philistines, those who are different people, those who are a completely different
people. I'm not talking about
the land was called Palestine by the Romans to fuck up the Jews.
It was called Palestina, but it was agreed upon by the Philistines.
Whatever it was called, the people who considered.
And when that land was named, there were no Arabs there.
Doesn't matter. At the end of the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about 131 AD. This is 100 years after Jesus died, but you're talking about another 430 years before Muhammad, you know, makes the Quran. You know, so like you're talking a big gap in history for like 300 years without any Muslims, but you're talking about people that were just being tumultuous within the region.
That's the thing I'm trying to talk about. The people of Palestine today, they speak Arabic, all right? They speak Arabic, otherwise ethnically they are from the same region. They have American Lebanese and Syrians and people from Lebanon, they have a very preserved DNA that goes as back as 3,500 years.
How does fun? What is the Old Testament or the Torah? What was it originally written in? What language? What language originally? No, there's only one word. One word.
All the lost names from
one word. Why are you stopping him from saying one word?
There are, because depends on the Old Testament and the Hebrew.
Like what was the Hebrew Bible the way you understand it? What was the original language it was written in?
On the stage.
See, I've been internet like Meta for like 5 years, so I know what is internet. So,
I want to be what I. Okay, I'm not gonna say that.
I mean, it doesn't refute your point. I'm just saying, Elon Musk did not invent the internet. That's what I want.
And anyone that says that Elon Musk invented the internet probably not on the same wavelength that CM is even talking about. So.
No.
Well, that's clear. Of course, Elon Musk did not invent the internet.
Yeah, but you're saying that Elon Musk and the people of that kind, like the internet was a very long time back, and it became pretty reliable.
Well, that is the opposite of what I said. But thanks for.
So it's the opposite of what I said. But then you were speaking on a clubhouse. You were already using internet, okay? You're already using it
I want
right now. Speak, communicate with me. You are using internet.
whenever you're smoking, you sit real
No,
relaxed.
it doesn't matter.
Alright guys, listen.
How are you communicating?
The internet is possible because of Alan Turing developed in the 19
Exactly.
whatever
He's doing facts, yes.
developing computability theory, and then Claude Shannon developing information theory, and how to digitize, how to turn these mechanical computers that they had during World War II into digital logic gates that could replicate these mechanical computers, which is
You are right.
and
Elon Musk
this
is
has
an
led to the
idiotic
digital
intelligent,
revolution.
okay? He's both idiot as well as intelligent. He's intelligent in terms of innovating stuff, but he is idiot in terms of like actually, I mean, he kinds of emotions. He yields to the to his own emotions because he did not get enough from what the Democratic Party earlier. So he's not
Okay, so that was crazy. But here, just real quick, and I heard you saying that with the development of, and I agree with CM to a certain extent, but just so you know, the World Wide Web, WWW, was introduced on August 6th, because I was thinking sometime in the 90s, August 6th, 1991, and it was released to the public April 30th, 93. Just so you know, in case I get shit about it, yep, that one was Gemini. You know, you push back on all the
don't say Gemini or whatever shit it is. Like, it was introduced on May. It was just an accident. Like, don't say Gemini is Sagittarius, it's Libra, whatever shit, like Aries.
Okay.
You know, I know all the shit about astrology. But don't bring astrology to this shit. Just say the fact, that's all.
Okay, somebody said how that you were making perfect sense until that part. Unless you were completely trolling with his last little statement about
okay, didn't you say Gemini?
Well, what she means by Gemini is the hardware and software constructed in the late 80s and early 90s. That
But why do you want to think that fucking astrology?
There's no astrology, it's just a name.
Gemini is astrology. It's okay.
No.
Disagree. It's fine.
No. They could have called it anything. They just decided to call it Gemini. They could have called it
I love you, Nazar.
they could have called it whatever name project you want. We're talking about digital.
Who called it Gemini? I heard that I was drinking. No. He called it Gemini or Prince Papaya actually, who is responsible for everything.
It has nothing to do with astrology. It has nothing to do with astrology. Like
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think the confusion is the word Gemini is being used, and that's also associated.
Yeah, exactly.
Please don't. About technology and computers and the age of computers and the digital age we live in. You should assume Gemini. No, he's on the phone. You should assume Gemini.
Probably a dog.
Yeah, but CM.
No, because I also have understanding of astrology. That's why I spoke to Gemini. I am getting a call, but please move on. I'm sorry. Please move on.
Okay, I was gonna say CM that like maybe he's not familiar with how
That part is clear.
Well, you can Google it.
That too.
Your stay in the mental facility should be a safe and healing experience, but for some, it
I
can be
see what you're saying, Sam. So I just mean by that, you kind of see where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? It's not to put down the rates. It's not to not give you know, thinks into the patrons, into the brilliant minds in the everyone even in the listening lounge. It's not to discredit the use of these resources that we're giving to us, and I'm not blaming anybody. Well, you could say I was born in '95. Just know that I, you know, whatever.
Nothing will ever satisfy.
Hey, Harlequin, see you down there. Love you, big guy.
No, I'm saying, what I'm saying, what I like about people our age is, see, we got to witness the world before this internet revolution. Before, like I remember, you know, as a child.
Dr. Enochville famously explained that nothing will ever
play outside. And it was, you know, nowadays kids don't even go outside. They stay home playing PlayStation 24/7. To me, when I was 13 years old, the most important part, like, was playing something we call Manhunt, which is basically a kind of hide and go seek game around the neighborhood. Like everybody's seen these '90s memes. Like now, you know, how did you know where everybody was? You would see a bunch of bicycles, you know, just like on the grass outside of somebody's house. That's how you knew where everybody was at a certain time. I don't know. I appreciate it.
It's interesting what you were saying that you do, and all of the fancy, like the higher ups, that the people that you talk to, because to me that would be interesting. To be in your shoes, I think, have pushback at your age, and I'm not saying you're that much younger than me or anything, but I'm just saying to have pushback. That could only cultivate your expertise better. Like I would think that being able to quote a certain line from a book faster than it is to go to a library and pick out the book and show the person. I mean, like that's the whole the innovativeness, right? That's in the word of having.
So I see how that could be very, very useful in certain fields, but in these strictly academic fields that I'm in, again, what matters is what's in your mind.
Strictly academic. That's the part that. Okay, so if you're talking about, and this is philosophical minds, follow the house, you know, if you're not.
Like, what matters is your knowledge.
And that's for that big guy on stage. But, like, what I'm saying is, it not just, well, if it's just knowledge, if we're just backing it on just knowledge and academics, I would think that the digital age, where we have a launch of, like, literally having the World Wide Web easily in our back pocket, let alone our fingertips, you know, that it would be most beneficial to someone like yourself.
No, but again, it's knowledge that is internalized and that you can explain in your own words on the spot, not regurgitate or read off ChatGPT. I told you, like I said, if my advisor is asking me questions to see if I understand something, and I pull out ChatGPT and just read the answer off the screen, you'd laugh at me. You would really laugh at me.
Well, yeah.
He doesn't care about it.
Professor, and I was asking about the feelings about Plato, insert thing here, or Aristotle, or Marcus Aurelius said this. Your thoughts? Then that would be a different kind of situation. And that was my whole initial point. You know, if it was feelings and philosophies about, you know, a certain artist or poet or creator or whatever, that's different. But then you followed up, doubled down, and said, you know, when we're looking at like geometry even, and then you went into math, and that's when I said, okay, well then, all right, whatever it is that he does, if it's academics and it deals with math, and we're talking about maybe an architect or an engineer or something, well then you probably aren't going to be it's like something like a Chat GPT or a Gemini, not to be confused with the astrological sign. uh, would maybe then not be as beneficial to you. That then I would understand. But you're now going right back into the original thought. I don't know. I'm just confused. Just say what you do.
So it's not that it's not beneficial. Yeah, for the studying part, for gathering knowledge, is just as beneficial as, or even more than when we had access to Google. For that part, for the studying part it's a damn near miracle. But again, I don't know. I think I said it. They care is that you understand things without need for ChatGPT, without the need for Wikipedia, without the need for anything. That it's knowledge that you've internalized in your mind and can say, could repeat, not repeat it, you could explain it in your own words and demonstrate. The whole thing is the most important phrase, basically in mathematics, is show and prove. You need to be able to show and prove on the spot. And by showing proving on the spot does not mean you're not showing and proving.
What's your favorite Outkast song besides Sarge Jackson and Hey Y'all? That's a good question. No, I can't. Of course. Oh, of course I agree with you.
That's a different scenario than and why were they bombing those countries? It wasn't for anything but that's a dictator.
Nigerians talk a lot, and I think I kind of need to do a study on myself because I'm one of those people that bullshit. Like we need to why we talk so much. Maybe something in our culture. Maybe it's because our day is long. I noticed I think sounds like a counter you talk so much.
John, I want to ask John this question, and I guess John, and you can chime in too, but I want to just to play devil's advocate here. And John, I think you're good to play devil's advocate also. So I wanted to see what you think here. We agree. Ukraine, corrupt government. I think everyone agrees on that. It's been known for decades. We understand that NATO, as you guys were just talking about, NATO's kind of a warring faction that likes to get into scuffles. Now, since we know this, these are what we're operating on. Devil's advocate. Wouldn't you want to side with the guy going against NATO? And I'm not trying to go down here, right? But I don't want you guys to think I'm pro Putin here. No. But I'm saying let's take a step back. Okay, again, devil's advocate here, right? Devil's advocate means I don't necessarily agree with what I'm saying, just saying it just to say it. If we take a step back here and we understand that this one world quote unquote government has been trying to be put into place since probably the 40s to 50s. Since right after World War I, they've been putting this plan into place. And now this plan's been going into place. And now it's been going and going and going and going and going and going and going. Now it's fucking crazy, right? Now these big ass corporations, like they own Coke and Pepsi. They own the cigarette brands and the brands that try to make you stop smoking. Like they own it all. You understand what I'm saying? Like they own everything. So like they own the competitors and the ones that they want to back. So when we know that this shit's been going on forever, right? Decades, all through the 60s, all through the 70s, the 80s, 90s, blah, blah, blah. War is just business. We know this. Is it crazy to sit there and be like, maybe Putin's a good guy?
No.
Maybe Putin's trying to stop the Ukrainian movement of this one world government and just instant wars. Maybe it's trying to stop this NATO shit going on and invading countries for their minerals. Maybe this whole thing is about like a select few of people going against all these things we call countries, but really they're not countries. They're just agreements and alliances that are going and taking over the world. What if people like Trump people like Putin and people like what's the other motherfucker's name? The dude in Argentina, whatever. People like these guys are actually stopping this. What if?
Has anyone heard about the new Silk Road?
Yeah, of course.
So it's a trade route that was being established by China and Russia. I actually put it on my PTR, and it would have included Africa by way of Kenya. And notice Biden was very moved, coming up to Kenya a lot. What's his name? The Microsoft guy. What's his face? He's over there doing a ton of stuff. Like Bill Gates is over there doing a ton of stuff. Vaccinated over 22 million cows, 15 million cattle in Kenya. One of the they're pretty much like the ground zero for cattle and that sort of culture. So what do they need vaccines for when they survive for thousands of years? Weird.
Because vaccines make everything better.
A concerted effort to get really close to Kenya. They are trying to get to Taiwan, which is the entry point of that Silk Road, that trade route, and Ukraine would also be the entry point to Russia. And what this trade route would have done is essentially, and Iran is also part of that trade route. So what this trade route would have done is NATO and the United States wouldn't be able to sanction any of these countries, including any African countries, including any in those Asiatic countries. They wouldn't be able to sanction them, by using the trade route by using trade as a leverage. So that is also something that I think doesn't get talked about enough in this conflict. And I find it weird that, not weird, but I guess predictable at this point, knowing Zelensky, that it was agreed upon that they be part of that trade route, only to turn around and want to essentially surrender themselves to NATO. And one of the things that Jeffrey Sachs was saying in the video that I saw is that essentially the idea of NATO is that it's going to surround Russia's border in such a way that they'll essentially occupy the Black Seas and they'll stop Russia from having that international access. As soon as he said that, I remembered this trade route again. And this was in motion when all of this started, when Ukraine really kind of went full force on wanting to be part of NATO. So I think that there's something to always keep in mind.
Okay. It's giving like a John Cena type of vibe.
Oh, that's me at 31 years old.
All right. Not bad.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Award recipient, combat medic, that guy.
Yeah.
I've been on this app for 3.5 years, and I have never heard any other combat medic come on this.
Shut the hell up, please. What's that nice favor just by shutting the hell up?
All I'm saying is all cap.
Is this another one of those complaint rooms where everybody complains about shit?
Who the fuck is that nigga?
No. Who the fuck is that nigga? What you got to say on the topic? You just coming off your mic fucking screaming and shit. Nigga, what you got to say on that?
I grabbed a 6-foot black woman by her pussy last night after sucking her tongue at the club, and then she said I gotta go home. What the fuck?
Right, who man is this? Anyway, next.
She worked for Mayor Brandon Johnson. She's sexy.
Hold on, nigga. See, this is like, I tried to turn the hand raising off, but it's always a nigga night. They gotta come up on some nigga shit. Now, you come off saying some stupid shit.
I'm a nice man, but you don't respect nice man. You looking for free dinners and Uber rides.
brother.
Yeah, that's the type of man you need a man like him, a rodeo man.
Nah, I don't know what bro got going on, you know what I'm saying? I'm sitting, listening, and observing. I'm not like you niggas. I'm not just gonna bark at anything that conflicts with what I believe. I don't know who this nigga is, what type of friendship they got, but that's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas need to go through and study what's going on. Like the shit where the niggas sit down and they argue with the women on the podcast, y'all niggas is doing that shit.
I can already tell, don't nobody want to fuck this guy. He don't get no hoes in real life.
It's all good. You live how you live.
Coming in with that super woke shit, yeah, my queen. Yeah, exactly. You are the goddess and everything.
I ain't really on that. But you see,
the nigga want to see what you look like.
Disgraceful. Require the ability to be mobile. God's grace displayed through her beloved. I am grateful for peanut butter and chocolate.
Fucking grateful for peanut butter and chocolate.
For
fucking wisdom, man. You ever heard of a book?
Yeah, big, you pussy nigga.
I thought this nigga wasn't a. This nigga is weird.
This nigga awakened when you heard his chest. Yo, get out of here, bro. You got too old, bro. Leave it alone, bro.
Cindy, do you want to play poker?
No, I'm mad because I wanted to play Uno earlier.
Fuck Uno.
Uno.
Okay.
Oh, I miss playing Uno, man. I used to play Uno all the fucking time.
I knew that nigga play Uno. I fucking knew that nigga play Uno.
Oh, you guys play Uno?
No, it's Play-Doh.
No, it's okay, babe. I'm doing better.
It's an app.
I'm better in school than me, huh?
Yeah, Sydney's got a Uzi.
Man, I can't wait till tomorrow. I can finally get again, bro.
That's whatever you want to drink.
Hey, man, I got 97 set up on all my midterms. So.
Oh, man, clap.
Man, don't nobody give a fuck since I got
She's in school still. She's doing better than me. She's still in school.
I got one more. All you little young niggas, man.
So, shut your goofy ass up.
Fucking
That's
young
what I
niggas.
mean, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. The kids, nigga, you're only like 5 years older than me.
Y'all must be kids to me, man. You niggas is kids.
5 years older than me.
School last year, bro.
You should be the one who wants to work hard and like take a position. Because you know what? You
Me and
did it
Movie are the
for
same
the
age.
Western world. They would slide you
You
right
know how
in.
we are the same age.
Seems
We are the same age.
talk about how hard work they
Y'all
is.
niggas are not the same age.
Between like 24 and 23, aren't you?
Yeah, Big is like
But
23.
if you rather sit there and
Little
waste your time with
nigga.
parties,
You still growing, right? You still
Bro,
growing,
this is
right?
crazy. Me and Louis literally the same age, and niggas are telling
nah,
me.
man, that
How
just
old are you? 24, nigga.
You said what?
24, little nigga.
wipe the titty milk off your breath.
Nigga, we're 27, bro. Louis, we're 27.
You
No, I'm not fucking 27.
Wait a minute, man. You're 28? Oh, yeah, Louis is 1 year older than me. That's true. That's right.
Little ass nigga. Yeah, Louis 25, bro. He's lying.
Yo, Louis, I thought he was
He's young.
He's 24, bro. We know.
Yeah.
Little ass nigga. Nah, yeah, I'm 28.
You niggas ain't gonna be saying little when you see me in person, nigga.
Man, y'all niggas. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think would happen in person, bro? Nigga, what you trying to say?
Don't worry, nigga. All that weight, let's see how you do.
What you
Your ass is on the mat, nigga. You see how that all that is crazy? When you on the mat. You gonna see me with all that weight, all that. I bet 200 pounds, man. I'm doing dumbbell, bro. Let's see what happens.
You a good kid. Shut your whole ass up, nigga.
When we on the mat, you got your little gear on for safety. All that.
How much do you weigh,
I'm gonna beat you, big. I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass, bro.
I'm on the mat.
Your fucking ass, bro.
I ain't gonna box you.
Okay, I'm gonna say, 'cause I will beat your fucking ass, bro.
nigga. I said wrestling.
You know they have weight classes for a reason.
And this nigga still gonna talk about boxing.
You know they have weight classes for a reason.
Yo, this nigga is crazy. Solid, you never boxed
150. Big as 150 pounds.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. I'm 235, bro.
What do you mean?
I'm 235, 6'2 and a half, bro. What you
don't see Floyd Mayweather, nigga?
Oh,
are you serious, Vic?
You don't think I'm Floyd Mayweather material?
Yo, fucking ass, bro.
You don't think I'm Floyd Mayweather material, nigga?
Wait, what is you want to play what? Mayweather's like 150 pounds.
This was the transition, like.
No, Mayweather fights at 130. But
I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one.
I'm gonna give you
One shot to the liver, man.
You ain't gonna one shot to the liver, nothing, nigga.
Bro, Floyd Mayweather is like a world-class athlete. You're not a world-class.
So what you think I'm not Floyd Mayweather material? Is that what you're saying?
Like you're not like. Are you seriously comparing yourself to?
What are we trying to say, nigga?
This nigga, the grand
What are you trying to say?
This is crazy. This is insanity.
That's what's wrong with y'all Nigerians. You niggas don't have no aspirations.
And I got Nigerians.
No confidence in yourself.
Are you
all this bullshit?
We have full confidence.
He's an outclass athlete. You can't be like him, man. Get your goofy ass out of here. Just say you niggas suck.
I would get real lazy, bro.
Just say you niggas suck. Just say you niggas suck. It's okay. It's okay.
Bro, you would have a chance against me, dude. Like, come.
It's okay, brother.
It's all, bro.
It's okay.
Hey, you like 5'8", bro?
I'm wrong with y'all niggas, man.
You don't have a chance.
Have a chance at what?
I'm 6'2", 210.
What you mean?
You're
I'm bigger, faster, stronger than you. I'm more than you will ever be.
Whoa. Okay, look. If you going into that,
What do you want to do, Vic? You want to wrestle or you want to box?
Yeah, let's wrestle.
Rock, he gonna get his ass.
No, I'm not. Let's wrestle.
Listen, hey, you think you hate Nigerians now? You think you hate Nigerians now? We fucking whoop your ass.
You ain't whooping shit. Let's wrestle. Let's wrestle. You ain't winning.
Oh, now you want to wrestle. Now you want to wrestle.
Why you running?
Why are we doing like intellect?
Don't run, nigga.
What's the rule set we're talking here with the wrestling? Are we talking
We're
talking about like professional wrestling? What do y'all do?
Background.
Wrestling, Vic. Why do you keep changing it?
Wrestling, like wrestling.
You know, I'm talking about grappling, nigga. I'm gonna submit you, big niggas. I'm getting tired of all this chit chat. I'm getting tired of all this dumb shit. I'm getting tired of changing it. I can beat your ass.
Y'all get mad at me. You can talk about making two Nigerian men submit and it's fine. That's
Yo,
fine.
man, you heard that? You want to wrestle because you want to grab on niggas, bro. That's you.
Eric, I'm a fuck man. Ricky,
You just think I'm so gay.
Alright, okay. Is it the
He said, let's not box, let's wrestle.
That's like me boxing Samoa. That's like me boxing Samoa. Are you guys ready?
I would rather wrestle than a...
No, he wants to lay on his back like a bitch.
Nigga, ain't nobody laying on their back. I don't do that. See, that's the problem. Niggas is scary. Niggas, I do it. It's coming, man. You niggas is scary. Talking about let's box.
That's a wrestle.
Niggas is scary. Niggas is talking about scary, man.
Boxing boy.
Niggas talking about let's
basically this room.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
Some guys look like boxing niggas as big as shit. You know, a matter of fact, you can just turn it into MMA rule set. You can turn into MMA.
You don't do that. Don't do that.
I'll do that. I'll do that. Let's do that.
Don't do that.
I want that. I want
Don't
that.
fucking do
Yeah.
that, bro.
I
You don't have money on hand.
Yes,
You
sir.
don't want to get kicked by a Nigerian.
Nigga, you're not kicking me.
He think he gonna submit me. He think he gonna submit niggas. Bro, you gonna get
Hold
your ass
on, wait. I'm gonna summon y'all niggas. Hold on, wait.
You know,
Yeah,
yeah,
bring it to the MMA, nigga. Y'all niggas got shit twisted. This shit is crazy.
bro. That Power Ranger shit don't work in real life, bro.
What is we talking about? What is we talking about? Louis, shut up. Louis, shut up. Louis, shut up. You haven't ran a day in your life. Shut up. You just lift weights. Shut up. Look. You can bring it to the MMA.
Actually, Dewey has some good conversation spots.
Master John. Everybody that's pretty ain't had a business. These goddamn niggas sold dope back in the day.
Since what?
Ash Daddy definitely ain't got no man. And I'm gonna tell you something. I know for a fact she ain't got a man.
So I think there are a lot of people in here who are not able to face their bully in high school or middle school. So they're getting their frustration. They get their shit off on adults who are strangers. You know what I'm saying? Who would never meet them in real life.
How tall is she?
She's 5'10". She's not super tall. She did a lot of print stuff, not like runway or anything like that.
5'10" is still a great height. What are you talking about? 5'10" is still. You want me to start with the Shema?
Exact.
I think it was Shema said, and I went on the night.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu.
Well, now I'm educated. Now I know it's in the same spot. It's me who's falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's smart. Right. So that's kind of what it does. So now you're malleable, right? Now you can just, now you're gonna defer to authoritative narratives even over your own senses, right? Like your own experiences and senses, someone can gaslight you right out of it, right?
Welcome to another educational program for low IQ dumb people talking about nothing right now. Globe line, dome sky.
Just cute man. BB just needs some Hennessy.
You know what cute BB? Why do you say what?
Welcome to another episode of Low IQ Dumb People talking about nothing all day long in a motherfucking chilling room.
Yeah, who removed him like so quickly?
It was me.
Thank you, Poppy.
That's Adrian Dittman.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Damn, niggas be recording journalism?
You be chilling. You be recording. They know. Just go to YouTube and type in chillism. You're gonna find my work. You're gonna find all my work.
That got out of jail after doing 8 years on a 12-year sentence, and he thinks he's a preacher now, but and then wants a comment on that. Just saying.
And then if you go across the one river, there's 100 million people there, Chinese, right? So it's obviously it's not gonna be like a total. But if China's always in Africa to get, just like everybody else, to get raw resources from Africa, same thing.
My virus, you see, when it comes to Africa, it's technically different from just like everybody else.
I'll read this one to you. Yeah.
No. Fuck that. We can talk about Africa.
No, but he might know more. I'm just saying he might know more.
My virus, it's just that on
Burkina Faso is the exception, though, right now.
Burkina Faso, not yet. And a lot of
They have an electric car thing going on, and they're also expanding.
if you look at that,
medicine.
if you look at that, the so the thing about francophone countries, the majority of the companies, yes, they kicked out the military, but majority of the companies in francophone countries that control their economy are French and still are. It doesn't matter if it's Burkina Faso, Mali, Senegal, Niger. That's the issue with that thing. So that's the difference was for the last like 500 years, the African continent had no alternative. It was a monopoly of the West, and they were just basically breaking the African continent to just going for natural resources. And then China comes, breaks that monopoly, and then starts transferring technology. So we're just like 20 years into the technology transfer. So now it's kind of like at first we're like, hey, take these resources, just give us the technology, and then now it's like we are now in a stage that the African Union has launched what is called the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area, which basically is making the African continent borderless and using the resources of the African continent for the African countries. That is less export of raw natural resources and more of processing to finished products on the African continent. So we just started that journey in 2021.
Why did the African countries know how to get the resources out of the ground?
Yeah. That's already easy.
Just asking.
Yeah. That part's easy. The major part after that part and processing the natural resources is the easy part. The main part, the main in the processing of natural resources, that there is the part of when you actually get the raw natural resources. It's not there's two levels of processing. First, when you get it.
It's like digestion or metabolism.
Yeah.
That's the way to jump in there, buddy. Fuck yeah, what's up?
Yeah. First, when you get it out of the ground, and then you separate the resources from all the other things.
Separation.
Yes.
It's not segregation.
And then
Industrialization and naturalization.
Yes. So after that, then you now actually process. So anyway, so of that specific mineral, processing that specific mineral. So it's that level.
Borium.
That is
Fundamentalization of precipitation.
Lagos is developing quite nicely economically.
So not just Lagos. I mean Lagos, yeah, but not just
especially Lagos, yeah. Cairo's doing well.
My queries, do you realize like Nigeria?
No one cares.
Nigeria actually built a brand new capital city in the 80s.
Yeah, but how many McDonald's?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a show on that.
In the 80s. So from scratch.
Yeah,
so everybody talks Lagos, but that is something Nigeria did in the 80s. So it's kind of like, yeah, we've been there, we've done that.
What year is it right now? Is it still 2025?
So it's just that processing of the minerals level that the African continent hasn't been able to master.
We got millions of children working in slave pits trying to find precious metals to make my cell phone screen so I can get on the app to talk to you all.
Well, somebody's got to find them.
Children is kind of the main point because when the rest of the world is old and decrepit, Africa's going to have most of the working people in the world. So I do expect 20 years from now, Africa's economy will...
What are they going to do? Open up Starbucks throughout the country so they can all have trans surgeries underneath their health insurance programs?
No, Dunkin' Donuts.
Europe and Japan's going to have robots taking care of all those old people.
So when you say I gotta have an enema, I'm gonna have a robot?
My phone's at 1%. I'm gonna take off. I'm following you.
Later, my virus. Stay white, bro.
Alright, my
My virus, when are you gonna come out with the Adrian Dittman cologne?
Alright, it was nice speaking with you, my virus. So, John, yeah, I'm gonna leave you now so you can talk your ass off and stop fucking interrupting me and being disrespectful. Because you know I'm a Nigerian like you.
Yeah, John, you dick.
Exactly.
There can only be one.
I knew you were just joking and stuff, bro. I didn't take it.
Hey, yay, what makes you Nigerian?
It's very most unfortunate.
It's most unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Cool. I gotta go, everybody. So have a great night. Take care now. Bye.
All right. Yeah, bye. Just get on now.
Yeah, you were saying, John. What were you saying, John?
No, yeah, I was just, multitasking, doing some other shit, and I felt no need to talk because everybody else was making sense, even the people who were slightly,
But nobody has ever talked about the topic of the room, not even once.
Plot twist. I thought you were leaving.
Wait, in America, that's actually true. I don't think we have directly answered the question yet. So.
Wait, I think we've been literally talking about the topic for a while.
Yeah, we kind of been talking things around the topic, To show
I do want to say, going back to what you guys were saying, just as much as I love fucking being an idiot, to go back to the serious shit. I mean, don't you guys think this whole talk about nukes and North Korea? By the way, North Korea is a fucking joke. Remember North Korea tried to shoot off a missile and it went in the air like 80 feet and it fucking turned over and went right back down. North Korea's got nothing. They're a bunch of weirdos. They think it's like the year 600. Like literally, in North Korea, they don't even believe it's 2025. Like they have to go by a different year. It's fucking weird. Who gives a fuck? And like this whole nuclear war shit and all this stuff, it's bad for optics. Like wars aren't fought like that anymore. Like we don't like that shit anymore. Even with the Hamas Israel stuff, they were shooting the missiles. The Iron Dome was doing its thing. Blah blah blah. That shit's not happening anymore. You know why? Because it's bad for optics. Like people don't like that shit. It's like, and I don't think there's nuclear. Like that shit is not happening. And it's weird how people talk about like, oh, if Putin gets Ukraine, he's gonna go take over the rest of the world. And then in the same sentence, they'll be like, well, Putin can barely fucking take over Ukraine because they're weak. It's like, well, so you're saying they can barely take Ukraine, but you're worried about them taking the whole fucking world? It doesn't make wars are fought with like taking out infrastructure, cutting off trade routes, taking over this thing, like taking over like going in from within and like causing commotion and shit. Like, and that's what I think the problem with America was. They tried to do this whole Nazi shit, the Bolshevik shit, where they radicalized a group of people. But in America, they radicalized a bunch of fucking pussies. They radicalized a bunch of snobs that have no backbone. And when they fucking tried to stand up, we're like, shut the fuck up. They're kick rocks, bro.
Who are you talking about? The CRT, BLM, DEI, LGBTQ contingency?
Just a bunch of snobs. A bunch of people like, yo, shut up. Shut up.
Who, like Alex Soros?
I think it's, and one thing that I can't shake around is like telling these people, hey, like, it's more complicated than, someone rolling over one day and being like, hey, I want more land. There's a lot more to it. Then they say that you're a Trump supporter and that you're repeating Russian propaganda. It's like the amount Trump derangement syndrome and Elon derangement syndrome has probably lowered the nation's IQ by at least a standard deviation of 5. Because I swear to God, if Trump cured cancer, niggas would stop cancer.
Give us more cancer.
Yeah, they always it's just like okay, like yeah, it's just weird. And I like what my virus was saying. I haven't heard the term manufactured consent in the media. That's exactly what the media is. It's just manufacturers' consent and predictably programs you for whatever lie that they're going to tell you.
Oh, hey, sauna.
And speaking of North Korea, I think they're not going to be
they're probably not as strong as a lot of people think they are. And I would attribute it to the fact that they're too like you can't be creative even if you're building BOMBs. I don't want, this act to censor me or whatever, but you can't build anything like that if you're afraid to even be creative. If you're afraid to, think of an idea, venture to try it, hypothesize, and maybe it fails. If it fails, there's a chance that they may just take out your entire family kind of thing. So I think any population that's not oppressed is going to be stagnant, and that's probably shows in their artillery.
Yeah, they probably got a higher standard of living than your average American at this point with inflation.
You're not wrong.
They're dumb, bro. Like, do you see North Korea having an immigration problem? No.
Well, no one wants to go there.
No one wants to fucking live there. It's like, yeah, go ahead, study English. Boy, who gives a fuck? Shut up. I mean, Trump in North Korea, remember they said, real quick, I just want to say this. Remember they're like, oh, there's been no American leader going to North Korea. Oh my God, Trump's going to go to North Korea? Oh my God, oh my God. Trump walks right into North Korea, big dick swinging. Like, yeah, what? Shut the fuck up, you fucking weirdo, bro. What's his name? Kim Jong, whatever. The dude says he's gotten 15 hole-in-ones in a round. He hits hole-in-ones on par fives. The guy's a fucking dude. Shut up.
He beats Dennis Rodman in golf. He's a good golfer.
Go away, bro.
He's a handicap of 3. Rodman's a 10.
Right. He has 5 hole-in-ones on par fives.
Have an asshole and he doesn't shit.
Trump walked right up in there like, yeah, shut up. Shut up.
He loves Trump. He loves Trump. He's a big fan of Trump, which is great news. That we can't underestimate the goodwill that Trump has built with that beautiful Korean man.
So you guys hide and watch. When we're older, when they write the history books and we're in our 80s and we're in our 70s, 30, 40, 50 years from now, Trump's going to go down as one of the best presidents of all time. Oh, absolutely. You guys hide and watch.
He already is the best president of all time. He defeated Kamala. She was a Babylonian demon.
No, she wrote history though. Remember, she was the first black woman to certify an election.
Whatever, they're both owned by the same Mossad.
You think they work for the Jews? You're an anti-Semite Jew hater. What a stupid thing to say on a Sunday night, you racist bigot.
It's been like 2 years. If nothing has taught you, if these last 2 years haven't taught you anything about who is actually running the show, then you gotta wake up.
You mean to tell me that everybody should secretly blame the Jews for everything, like you?
Even Obama, the first.
Well, when life gives you lemons, make juice.
Was pardoned essentially like a bombing and there was a bombing that had occurred at that time. I'd have to find the details again, but they were being brought into court essentially. And
the hell are you talking about?
And also guy who's yelling, but I'd have to find the information again and read it exactly how they said it.
A bombing? Some Jews did a bombing?
Wait, actually, let me ask you this. I can't even believe that this hasn't been brought up. Like, what do you...
Right. You consider that as a miracle. The idea would be that what explains this event is not going to be...
That's actually a really good question. Yeah, it's fair.
There is the using ditch. Well, that really depends because now.
Whoa, pause. I can't go outside. You said using dead trees? Is that
Yes.
Another word for money?
Yes.
Wait, hold up, Marcus. Did you paint that PTR yourself?
Yes, I drew this hybrid. This is a hybrid.
Damn, it looks like my stepmom, Patty.
Wow.
Marcus, so you don't. How do you show financial generosity to a woman?
how long does it take for a man of your caliber, your man of soft, tip?
He pays for the Uber, he pays for the dinner, and he pays for the Uber back.
How do you show financial appreciation to a woman? How long does it take you, Marcus, to show real financial generosity to a woman?
Oh my gosh.
It depends on how.
Am I not funny? Am I just stupid? I think
And
about it.
how much time that I spend with them. Now, if they're someone that I've known for a minute,
solving all these other problems, solving the agriculture problem, solving the water problem. You can solve any of those. If people are still the same, that ain't gonna help. They're just gonna create other problems.
Yeah, the integrity of individuals.
Yeah, it's gotta change.
I try to include 4 other members of the board. Okay. Yes. So, but you can go in and out of communities like that. You can community is everything, right? You said it. We're social animals. Yep. And we thrive in communities if we feel included and heard, and courageous enough to enter them and exit them, and enter them and exit them. The CIA, the Federal Reserve, the Department of Homeland Security, Medicare. I know that you used to want to end the FBI. I'm not sure whether you still support that idea, sir. Perhaps you could tell us, but if you get rid of the CIA, let alone the FBI, how would President Bull have any idea, any intelligence of what our enemies, foreign and domestic, are up to?
Well, you might ask a better question. Before 9/11, we were spending $40 billion a year, and the FBI was producing numerous information about people being trained on airplanes to fly but not landed. They totally ignored them. So it's the inefficiency of the bureaucracy that is the problem. So increasing this with the Department of Homeland Security and spending more money doesn't solve the problem. Yes, we have every right in the world to know something about intelligence gathering, but we have to have intelligent people interpreting this information. But just going for increasing presidential powers as discussed is rather disturbing to me. This whole idea that we're supposed to sacrifice liberty for security, we were advised against that. Don't we remember that when you sacrifice liberty for security, you lose both? That's what's happening in this country today. We have a national ID card on our doorstep, so it's being
Taxes and spent.
I'm so thoroughly blocked on everything. It was like, do people just use Clubhouse in the morning? It's probably what's happening nowadays.
I'm not gonna wake up. It is early. I'm not gonna be going to sleep for a little bit. I think because I fasted, when I broke my fast not too long ago, I just get a little bit.
What you doing, Kay? You want me out?
Niggas putting themselves in position. I just don't feel like niggas would even be able to. End of the day,
You sit up here trying to tell every nigga what they wouldn't do, niggas for you.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not telling niggas. I'm not trying to tell you what every nigga. Ideal way of celebrating Shabbat, but what if you? Okay.
I agree with you.
What if you're celebrating Shabbat, but for some reason you don't have access to food that day and stuff, so you can still do all the other things, but you just if you for whatever reason you don't have access to food, can you say that you're?
Yeah, you just seem like you were being a good friend.
Hold on, let me look.
So love through the pussy at you. You wanna catch them up here? She on the phone, you on?
No.
Nigga, what?
Creation. I would believe so very strongly, but not because of that.
Okay, so are you agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? So when we look at Colossians 1:16, hold on, when we look at Colossians,
Our solar system is younger, right? But in Genesis 1, it said God created the heaven.
It's plural. It's who makes you believe in the devil. Literally.
And the first one of the
All I said was that angels were not of this earth. Angels are not of this earth. Agree or disagree? And if you disagree, then let me quote you scripture and verse.
I already said
Disagree, because you're arguing with me. Whether you agree me.
Yemin ederim abi benim arkadaşlarımın hepsi bak 3-5 tane var Sivaslı. Hepsi de milletçidir yani. Daha geçen gün bir tane küçük kızı çekmiş böyle kız şey yapıyor. Bozkurt işareti yapıyor. Arkasına marş koymuş Instagram'a paylaşmış. Halis Mulis Sivaslı.
Tamam işte o zenciye verir mi? Vermem.
But it's still fresh because it's morning.
Morning expresses.
And you will have to explain these contradictions, which you can't. So that's my point, is there is a contradiction between these two, and that's why I don't believe, this is one of the many reasons why I believe Talmud is not oral Torah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
It's not oral.
Moshe Rabbeinu was a very special character, and he was doing something very specific at the time. So if he fasted within those 40 days, I don't see it as necessarily that he broke Shabbat because he didn't eat on Shabbat. I think that Shabbat consists of many other things, and that just eating or not eating is something that's, you know what I'm saying? I don't think it's relatively major in comparison to all the other things that somebody can do or not do on Shabbat. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different, like, where you, like, you and I are not Moshe Rabbeinu and stuff, so.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Does Moshe, you and I are Moshe Rabbeinu if we serve God? Because all he was is God.
I understand that, but I also think that he was in particular circumstances at the time, you know? If he's
so do you think
meeting with Hashem in a very intimate way on Mount Sinai, it's a different, undertaking and a different mission.
But do you think that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does favoritism?
I mean, I don't know about favoritism. I think he gives the different people in life different missions and stuff. So
yeah, but different missions. But the laws are God's laws, and they apply to everyone.
I understand that, but I don't know. I think that you might be putting too much emphasis on this whole Shabbat thing in terms of like eating especially in comparison to in comparison to what somebody would normally do with his family or community on a regular week, you know, on an everyday week for an everyday person that's not a prophet, and then somebody who is a prophet that's on Mount Sinai, you know, having an intimate encounter with God, and he's on a 40-day fast for a particular reason.
But you have to understand, we reject Muhammad for the same reasons. So if you're telling me that Moshe Rabbeinu has rules for thee, but not for, because Moshe Rabbeinu tells you in Exodus chapter 31, verse 14, he tells you, you do the Shabbos. And if you don't do the Shabbos, you are to be stoned to death. Yet he himself is breaking Shabbos? I don't believe he's breaking Shabbos.
Wait a second, did Hashem, because I don't remember the words exactly, did Hashem command Moses to fast for 40 days and nights when he was on Mount Sinai? Or did Moshe do it for whatever reason?
No, he was not commanded to fast 40 days.
So he did it voluntarily for whatever his reasons and purposes.
and it wouldn't have been seen this as a violation of Shabbat. Anyway, well, let me just point something else.
I don't think that's a violation of Shabbat. I'm telling you the rabbis do.
I don't think that they would see whatever Moses was doing as a violation of Shabbat if he didn't eat, if he was fasting within a certain period of time for whatever reasons and purposes.
It literally says he fasted. It didn't say he doesn't eat. No, it says he fasted.
But also another thing to maybe take into context and consideration is that the Torah Shebichtav was given to Moshe and then given to the people and enacted as a covenant on Mount Sinai and stuff. So the time that he's doing it, I mean, again, I think you're putting more emphasis on this one detail than I ever would. But I think also, like, we have to look at, like, this is before Moshe, I think, even gave the Torah, the commandments to the people chronologically.
So I didn't get that.
I'm saying, what was the big picture of Mount Sinai? The nation of Israel was constituted sort of as an official nation, a spiritual nation. The Torah, you could look at it as the beginning of, this is like the Constitution of Israel. The laws are officially given and stuff. So chronologically, when this is taking place, I don't even think that it was even given to the people yet, if I'm not mistaken, depending on where it is in the chapter.
Well, regardless, there's many different meetings at Mount Sinai. It wasn't just one. But regardless, all I'm trying to tell you is that the rabbis got it wrong, because I personally don't believe that Moshe broke the Shabbos, and according to them, he did break Shabbos. No matter how you look at it, according to them, if they were to be consistent, they would say that he broke the Shabbos. Now, aside from that, on the Shabbos, you're not supposed to leave your house. You're not. Can we agree?
I call it Tao, painfully giving it a name. I call it great.
I have to look at the exact
motion, always in motion.
Now forget this
far
Moses
away,
part.
far away. Returning thus down is great. Heaven is great. Earth is great. Man too is great.
You're not supposed to leave your house. That's why there's the rule.
Right, yeah, exactly. There's
broad life appears to be insufficient. The strong life appears to be stealthy. The true essence appears to be changeable. The great quadrant has no corners. The great instrument is completely late. The great tone.
Jews have congregated, like, typically, and not every single person and stuff, but typically you congregate and you join the community at some point for part of the Shabbat. So that's going to involve, like, leaving the immediate, confines of your home.
Well, yeah, but the Eruv is like an imaginary. It's like it's basically they're saying this is our house.
He came across.
So if we stay in it,
it's a domain. Yes, correct. It's like a domain, basically.
Correct, and so we can stay in it if we're in it outside of our house, but in it we're not breaking Shabbos. Because in Shabbos you're not supposed to leave your house, but with the Eruv it becomes like your house, and therefore you can stay in it. I believe that it is playing games with Allah. If you disagree with me, that's fine.
Yeah, but hold on, but like in the New Testament,
there is no difference. Help me, O warrior Lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou headed my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by Iwas, the minister of Bar-Grad. The cubs is in the coo, not the coo in the cubs. Worship then the cubs, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the known. These are the fools that men adore. Both the gods and the men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above the gem d'azur is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss. The secret ardors have had it. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, O Ankafa and Kansu. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest and apostle of infinite space is the Prince.
Holy moly.
And in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun in sheer moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the shooting starlight. But she are not so chosen. Burn upon the brows of splendorous serpent. Was all that a woman bend upon them? The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. With the God and the adorer I am nothing. They do not see me. There is upon the earth, I am heaven. There is no other God than me, and my Lord heaven. Now therefore I establish thee by my name, by the secret name which I will give thee when at last. There be no difference made among you between any one thing and any other thing, for thereby there cometh hurt. But whoso availeth in this, let him be the chief of all. I am new it. The next step, democracy, daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cabal crazily all over the globe. They are having us hidden. They are aborted births of the child, the new eon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. Dora, the shop's ex. The motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism, and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news. It does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of Thelema is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the Master Therion in this, the great work. I am Louis, and my word is 6 and 15. Then saith the prophet and slave that he is one woman. What shall be the sign? So she answered him, bending down the land with flame, touching or penetrant. The lovely hands that put black earth, the live for the arch mark, but his soft feet not hurting the little flowers out always. Then the priest answered and said unto the queen of space, kissing her lovely brows and the dew of her light, bathing his whole body in the sweet smelling perfume of sweat. Oh, continuous one of heaven, let it be ever thus. Men speak not of thee as one, but as none. And let them speak not of thee at all, since thou art continuous. Now breathe the light,
fate and failure of the stars and two. Right, divided will not save for the chance of union. This is the creation underwood. And the pain of division is as nothing, and the joy of dissolution all. For these fools of men and their foes care no doubt for all. We feel little, what is balanced by weak joys. But ye are my chosen ones. Obey my prophet. Follow out the ordeals of my knowledge. Seek me only. Then the joys of my love will redeem me from all pain. This is so, I swear it, by the vault of my body, by my sacred heart and tongue, by all I can give, by all I desire of ye all. Then the priest fell into a deep trance, or swoon, and said unto the Queen of Heaven, write unto us the ordeals, write unto us the rituals, write unto us the laws. But she said, the ordeals I write not, the rituals shall be half known, and half concealed. The law is for all. This is, this that thou writest, is the threefold of law. My scribe on Kifon Konsu, the priest of the princes, shall not in one letter change this book. That steady folly he shall comment thereupon by the wisdom of Rahor Guid. Also the mantras and spells, the Obeya and the Wonga, the work of the wand and the work of the sword, these he shall learn and teach. He must teach, but he must make severe the ordeals. The word of the Lord is Thelema, who calls us Thelemites will do no wrong, if he look but close into the word. For there are therein three grades, the hermit and the lover and the man of earth. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The word of sin is restriction. O man, refuse not thy wife if she will. O lover, if thou wilt depart, there is no bond that can unite the divided but love. All else is a curse. Cursed be it to the eon. Change not as much as the style of the letter, for behold, thou, prophet, shalt not behold all these mysteries hidden therein. Child of thy bowels shall behold them. Expect him not from the east, but from the west, but from no unexpected house cometh their child. All words are sacred and all prophets true, save only that they understand a little. So the first half of the equation, leave the second unattacked. But thou hast all in the clear light, and some, but not all in the dark. Vote me under the stars. Love is the law, love under will. Or let the fools mistake love, for there are love and love. There is the doubt, and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. Ye, my prophet, have chosen, knowing the law, the fortress, and the great mystery of the house of God. All these old letters of my book are right. That is not a star, is not a star. This also is secret. My prophet shall reveal it to the wise. And give unimaginable joys on earth, certainty of fate. While in life upon death, peace unutterable, rest ecstasy. Nor do I demand aught in sacrifice. My hidden sense is of resinous woods and gums, and there is no God therein, because of my hair the trees of eternity. Number is 11, as all the numbers that who are of us. 5-pointed star with a circle in the middle. This circle is red. My color is black to the blind, but the blue and gold is seen of the sea. Also I have a secret glory for them that love me. But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart and the servant flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all, but whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye
He should get a little bit of snow, the women and spices. He should wear the shoes. He should exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride.
Benji, on a serious note, you need to.
But this was first century people writing speaking of first century people.
Are you crazy people still making shit up all night long? Angels don't exist, you fucking idiots.
We entertain them unawares. They look just like us. We're made in God's likeness and his image, and after his likeness. That means we're like him. He has emotion.
Like shit.
So y'all don't think that y'all would run away before Marcus even had the chance? Like, if that nigga pull a sword out on this internet, that nigga pull a sword out on
I'ma leave him. Look, we be fighting together. He pull that sword and new times I'ma leave. Like, I don't know.
I'm saying, like, y'all not fucking with Marcus for real. What are we talking about?
If Marcus pull a blade out of me, I'm gonna shoot his bitch ass. He's done.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
try.
like,
Oh my god.
if you pull a sword out on me,
Welcome to another episode of Low IQ Dumb People talking about nothing, wasting their fucking time on Clownhouse.
So if you pull his sword out, you pulling your dick out, that's gay. Now that's gay.
Marcus, can you picture a picture of that of you actually when you got up?
The what? The infinite
Welcome to another episode of Low IQ Dumb People talking about nothing on Clownhouse, wasting all their time.
Is God the only eternal being? Or can there be other eternal beings?
Welcome to another episode of Clownhouse.
Is it distinct from the eternal?
I'm actually a Baptist.
Oh, it's no, that was the Tourette's girl.
Oh my gosh.
The roof ice melt industry is burdened with many concepts and systems. All are either not effective as a solution.
the people on psilocybin. So we know for a fact. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying. Please don't. Please.
knows so much. I want to be a gangsta and eat cold cuts and leather jackets all day long. Am I Italian? No. Do I get anxious when someone raises their voice in public? Yeah. All I want to do is eat lunch in a strip club with like a bunch of dudes and we're all wearing way too much hair.
simply stop. No matter your industry, Granger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. knowing that a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. prices every day. Like our modular fob, which configures to fit your family